How are we? Are we live? Excellent. Okay, welcome to the Board of Supervisors, Humboldt County, meeting of Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026, and we will start with a roll call.
Thank you, Chair. Supervisor Madrone.
Present.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Good morning.
Supervisor Bone. Supervisor Arroyo.
Good morning.
Chair Wilson.
Present.
All are here.
Great. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is salute to the flag. And Sheriff Hansel, will you lead us in the pledge today? Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good job. Let's see here. Kaylee, can you read the virtual attendance memo, please?
Yes. This meeting is being conducted in accordance with the Brown Act and applicable state and local requirements. Members of the public may participate in person and/or remotely as noticed on the agenda. For those participating remotely, public comment is welcomed and encouraged to help ensure your voice is heard. It is recommended that you raise your hand at the start of the item you wish to comment on. If you are joining by computer or mobile device, please use the raise hand feature to indicate your desire to speak. When it is your turn, you will be unmuted by staff. If you are joining by telephone, please press star 9 to raise your hand. When recognized, you may press star 6 to unmute yourself and begin speaking. Please state your name for the record before making your comment. The board asks that all participants conduct themselves with respect and courtesy. Comments should be directed to the board as a whole and limited to the time allowed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And as our normal course of conduct, we do 3 minutes for public comment. Because we have so many people today, I was thinking about bringing that down to 2 minutes, just because we have a huge agenda and a lot of time sets. I'm just going to ask folks to try their best to keep it to 2 minutes, and we'll hold it open for 3 minutes per person. But I want to be respectful of time. I will say, in general, we do find that when people do keep it to 2 minutes, their message is clearer, it's more concise, it's to the point, and we really appreciate that. But with that, we're going to move forward. Are there any modifications to the agenda?
Good morning, Chair Wilson. There are no modifications this morning.
Awesome. All right. Well, then we're going to move into, let's see, what's next on our agenda? The consent calendar. Is that where we're going to go? And I would like to say we do have some time sets. We have 11:30 for the consideration of making an at-large appointment today. We have a 1:30 so we have conference with labor negotiator and also another closed session item. Actually, we have 3 other closed session items at 1:30, 4 other closed session items. So with that, we're going to move into consent. Excuse me, what's going on? Thanks for being concise and keeping it rolling. Appreciate that. All right, let's move it forward. So we're on the consent calendar. We have a few items on the consent calendar. Let's do this. All right. The first one on the consent calendar that we're just briefly talking about, I just want to say we did have a Chamber of Commerce Award recognition ceremony for Arcata Chamber. It was wonderful. It was great. I'm not going to go through the whole list of wonderful people who won, but it was a great celebration. Everyone should go to their chamber mixers and go to their chamber dinners. They're awesome, and our chambers are cool. So there you go. The next one here is something I want to get to because we really have a wonderful cadre of social workers, and today we have a proclamation in honor of Social Worker Appreciation Month. All right, and I'm going to read it because that's. Is someone here to receive it? Do we have? There seems like there's a whole cadre of social workers here ready to receive it. Lucky us. All right, you guys get ready. I'll read this. It's more than a page, so you got time. Whereas social work has developed from a common concern for humanity and belief in the dignity and worth of each individual with a commitment to promoting welfare of all individuals served and the dedication of working working to promote social justice, equity, and inclusion. And whereas social work provides a significant role in the system of services aimed at protecting children, elders, and dependent adults from neglect, abuse, and exploitation, and assisting families and individuals struggling with trauma and issues such as homelessness, mental health, and substance abuse. And whereas social workers often enter individuals and families' lives at their most difficult time, and often other approaches or interventions have been attempted by a family, friends, and neighbors, and they work compassionately to support those who have complex stories, including under-addressed trauma and unmet needs. And whereas social workers support families to care for their children and help ensure the safety, well-being, and preeminency of all children in the county. And whereas social workers recognize the sovereignty and expertise of tribes and work closely and collaboratively to ensure the safety, wellness, and permanency of tribal children and families. And whereas social workers help provide care and support through care providers to enable elders and people with disabilities to remain in their homes and communities and provide continued support to veterans and their families and to ensure successful transitions after service. And whereas social workers provide support to vulnerable members of our community, assisting with connections to housing and healthcare and advocacy for Social Security benefits and those with disabilities. And whereas social workers collaborate with public health, behavioral health, educational institutions, medical professionals, tribes, and many other community agencies to make Humboldt County a nurturing, supportive, healthy environment for children, families, adults, and all communities. And whereas social workers continue to fill their critical roles during adverse events, which have impacted them, their clients, and the community as a whole. And whereas social workers in the county are a major force for positive community change, valuing diversity, equity, and inclusion, recognizing the strengths of individuals, families, and communities, and understanding that empowering people requires acknowledgement of their capabilities. And now, therefore, be it resolved that Humboldt County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims March 2026 Social Worker Appreciation Month and recognizes, celebrates, and honors social workers for all they do to enhance our well-being, enhance the well-being of individuals, families, communities, and sovereign nations of this county. Hearty thank you. Huh? Sure. I don't know how we're going to do that. Usually, I think you just take a photo right there. You know, all right.
We don't get to be by the field?
Yeah, okay, here you go. You ready? And the other part about this, I just want to say, before I get down off this dais here, I just want to say, there's just one little piece to this that there's only one recognition of the toll that social workers have personally and within their own families to do this extremely hard work. All of this was about what social workers do for our community, except for one little bit. I want to just highlight the part about the commitment and and just really, I want to recognize that every social worker I've ever worked with or been a part of, have been in my life or in my professional work, let me just tell you, their heart and souls are in this. It's way beyond their 40 hours or whatever that work is. I just want to be really clear. People carry this stuff with them, and I just want to recognize that. And so, all right, we're going to come up there in just a second, take a photo, and then we'll give you guys a chance to say something. All right.
Sorry. Do you guys want to? Okay.
I mean, they were waiting for us to take a picture.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and there.
Is it okay?
We got everybody in the. You are. You're
Nice to see you.
See you, Miriam.
I don't want to be in the front, Jesus Christ.
You're in. You can do it. Yeah, we were going to yell at you.
Uno mas, just a second here. Thank you, everybody. All right, 3, 2, and 1. I'm gonna take one more. 3, 2, and 1. Thank you. Yeah, they're gonna, if you want to say something, yes, but they're gonna, I think they're gonna say something.
This is your time for a few words.
Yeah.
Wait a second, Barry. Clear out.
I know
Turn on the microphone.
I am Derek Burns. I'm one of our many social workers that work for the Child Welfare Services, and I definitely want to say thank you for all the kind words. I know that this is work that I speak for myself, but I know I see several people nodding behind me that this is work that we put a lot of ourselves into, and that we really do carry on as we're trying to do our best for everyone in the community. And I know I'm always willing to say I'm one to make mistakes, but as long as we keep working together and just trying to do right by the people that need it the most here, I just want to be part of making Humboldt County great for everyone. And I appreciate that we're taking this time to highlight all the great work that we all do behind the scenes to make that possible.
Is there any few words, any more from?
I'll say something.
All right, there you go.
Hi, I'm Carrie Schrock. I manage adult services, and the social workers in my programs work for in-home supportive services, in the care provider registry, and for adult protective services. They do hard work every single day. A lot of times things that they're doing are behind the scenes. You probably don't hear about all the good work that that they are doing, but I love my job. The thing that makes me happiest about coming to work every day is are all the social workers and the support staff that are there. It's very rewarding, and like Supervisor Wilson said, it is tough work, and it's, even if you do go home after your 40-hour work week, people are still, thinking about the work and how they can help support people in our community. So thank you for this. I appreciate the recognition, and I think every year I say that every month is Social Worker Appreciation Month, but it is nice to have the formal recognition. So thanks.
Good morning, Board. I'm Amanda Winstead. I'm the Director over at Child Welfare. I want just quickly and simply to express my deepest appreciation, respect, and admiration for the social workers that are here behind me, and all of those that are out in the field, upstairs in the court, sitting with families right now. I just have the deepest respect and appreciation, and I simply want to share that. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Monique Smith, Deputy Branch Director for Social Services. And I just also want to say that I appreciate all of the social workers that we have doing a very thankless job in our county, a hard job in our county. Special shout out to the Disability Advocacy Unit, which is the unit that works in social services around assisting our community folks to apply for Social Security, disability, and other services that they may be entitled to. Thanks, y'all.
Hi there. I'm Ivy Breen. I'm a deputy director for Child Welfare Services. I'm not a social worker, but I have the privilege and honor of working alongside a lot of these folks and the ones that weren't able to make it today. And I think when you work for child welfare, people kind of have an assumption that you work with children primarily, but that's not the case. You work with grandparents, you work with parents, you work with kids. And as a social worker, your job is to really give all of those folks hope. So all the folks you see behind me, they're very skilled. They're all different. There's no one social worker, no two social workers that are alike, but the one thing they have in common is really giving families hope and helping them identify what they have inside to be the parent that they want to be. And I did bring, I just wanted to share one story regarding Derek Burns, who was up here earlier. At a recent court case that closed, a father got up and thanked him and said that, you know, he remembers a year ago from that day that he was sitting in the rain on a sidewalk in Eureka, and he heard somebody calling his name, and he looked up, and it was Derek, and that when he realized someone really did care about him. He was out searching for him in the streets, and that hope gave him the opportunity to see that in himself, and his case closed, and they were successful. So, you know, a lot of it goes unsung, but these guys really are heroes, and thank you for having this appreciation and giving them that appreciation today. Thank you.
All right, looks like we'll have a few closing comments on this item from the board. Anybody? We'll start with Supervisor Bushnell and then Supervisor Arroyo.
Good morning. I really want to express that mostly what you all said, that the work is extremely difficult, and it is so rewarding and is so much appreciated in our county and beyond. I appreciate what you all do for Humboldt and how stressful and demanding that work is. We hear it all the time. It's very emotional and not easy to go home and put it away like a 9-to-5 job. And so I just want to say thank you very much.
I'll echo that. I always appreciate this chance to hear about the breadth of work that you all do, and to see some of your faces. I know a lot of times it is really behind the scenes, as a couple of speakers indicated, and it's great to put faces with behind this important work. And I also think it's interesting that Social Worker Appreciation Month is also Women's History Month, and there are people of all gender identities who are social workers, and thank you, all of you. And there are a lot of women in this work doing the really, I imagine, exhausting and difficult work of caring for people who are struggling. So thank you for that. And I think I'm also aware of how challenging the last couple of years have been budgetarily, and that you're doing the work likely of 2 or 3 people each. So we'll keep working on that. But I see you, and I appreciate the work that you're all doing.
Supervisor Bone.
Derek, there are no mistakes. They're learning experiences. I've had lots of them. I really appreciate the whole spectrum of what you do. Adult protective services, elder abuse, the things that, I mean, because I'm an elder. I appreciate that and what you guys do along there, Carrie. I mean, and you guys are all, man, you guys are a phone call away. And as you have found out, I tend to call when I get a call. So I appreciate that. Child welfare services, I'm all about the kids. And I think that's well known. And I just appreciate, because there is a spectrum there. I deal with it on a quite a basis out at the ball fields, and I do appreciate everything you do. And when you come out here and you explain, but you're right, as everybody has said, you don't turn it off. The assembly line doesn't stop at 5 o'clock, and you get to go home and says, okay, I'll start again tomorrow morning at 8. I see all of you out in the community, and I see you aware of what's going on in the community, because you run across a lot of your people. You know, the people that are reaching out for help or may need help, and you guys are, I mean, you guys never stop 7 days a week. So it really is appreciated. Sometimes, as Supervisor Arroyo said, it may not seem like we appreciate it as much as we should, but deep down we do appreciate it, and we know the work you do. So thanks.
Supervisor Madrone.
about you. Thank you, all of you, and those that aren't here today for your service. It goes without saying that it's just tremendous, and I want to thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
All right, I just want to close out by, again, hearty thank you. And as Supervisor Arroyo mentioned, these are some tough times. And I want to say that this board and this community does not reflect the attitude and the priorities of the federal government, which has at this time really hasn't done the job, and especially with HR 1, and that has really set those priorities back, and it impacts real people, and there just needs to be a change in relation to that, and that's real. It's as if it's as if there's a group of people who just don't have any lived experience in the way that people in our communities do. So hopefully we'll see a change in that one day. But in the meantime, we're going to work as best we can to support you and support the services that you provide. So thank you so much for everything you guys do. All right. Thanks, guys. One last round of applause for our social workers. Now we're going to take public comment on the consent calendar, and we'll start on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair. Caller 7718, I will unmute you, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Kent Sawatsky from Mexico. Item number 7, I looked at there and I was wondering why we were signing an agreement between California State University of Chico, read the staff report. It does make sense. We definitely want as many people participating in the process here. Apparently they don't have workman's comp at Chico, as near as I can figure out. Anyway, it's a great thing. The more help we have with nursing. And then, of course, regarding the people we just spoke about there, our workers. So sad that, that they have to put up with so much and be involved with so many things and really are underpaid. I think a lot of these people make less than the approximately $20 an hour that you get working for Amazon. It's unfortunate that apparently a lot of programs are being defunded, potentially clawed back. It's going to have major consequences. I noticed especially these people, and I've sat upstairs, with them talking to the people in the court, especially I noticed a lot of grandparents there that are the ones who are now the child caretakers because of their children having problems, and they have to work with these people, work through a system that seems to be quite biased. And I'm not going to use the word corrupt, but there seems to be an extreme working relationship between certain attorneys and other court proceedings and favoritism, and I guess that's what happens when you deal with people. But these social workers have to try and work around this and get to what's right and fair. And I really wish to say how much we appreciate them out there. So you're not going to get big paychecks, but you get a few times like this where you can definitely feel appreciated. Thank you.
That's all on Zoom, Chair.
Great. All right, so we're in the room. This is things that are on the consent calendar, please.
Yes. My name's Joanne McGarry, and items 9 and 10, I just wanted to comment. I see that an allocation of funds for a renewal of professional services to Arcata House Partnership in the amount of about $260,000 for a reentry, residential community reentry services. And I'm just curious, I should have maybe done my homework, but I didn't see this until this morning. And I just want to say that I'm understanding they have some unlivable units at the Grove. And if that's a part of the reentry services, I think we really need to look at the capabilities of Arcata House to, offer what needs to be offered in our community for these services. So I just kind of want to say that out loud because a lot of money is going to a lot of services to organizations that currently are having struggles in some of their resources. So I wanted to say that. And secondly, on item number 10, in terms of autopsy services, sadly, many people die on the streets and elsewhere in our county. and we don't know about it. And I just want to make sure that there's transparency in what happens in our community when people die, especially if they don't have family and friends and all to let us know through an obituary or whatever, because it's really important. Every life in this county is important. And if somebody loses their life because of life on the streets or some sort of situation, it's really important to people like me that we keep track of this. So I would just love for the autopsy reports to be transparent for everybody. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I'll make a motion to accept the consent calendar.
All right. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Great. Is there unanimous consent, or is there any objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the motion passes, and we are on to items not on the agenda. Public comment, and we are going to start with on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair. Caller 7718, I will unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning again, Chair Swatsky. I wanted to talk about something that is a potential future really economic boon for Humboldt County, and I hate to see opposition come out to it. I actually won a raffle, and I wasn't able to attend and go to one of these, but it's called glamping, I think is what it is. I have it down in Mexico. Amanda Baker had a great big project in Blue Lake, which won't come to fruition. But the one thing that really stood out was that kind of a thing, and glamping was the one thing that caught people's eyes. There was swimming pools, motels, all this kind of fancy stuff potentially there. But the glamping was, my understanding is there's something coming before you pretty soon. And it would be, in my opinion, what I would define as a Mr. Potato Head move to come out against this. It's something that the state's pushing. It's happening all over. It enables us to get out there and have people have nice property. It's not like having tens of thousands of people tromping around up the Eel River Canyon, but can be done in a very productive way, a great experience for people being within the woods and with nature. And so sometime if this ever comes before you, I hope that you will support this particular kind of a project. It's something that my understanding is could be of great benefit to Humboldt County and a great learning lesson for a lot of the younger people and older people alike. So thanks for the opportunity to speak, keeping that brief. Bye.
That's all on Zoom, Chair.
All right, we're in the room. So this is for items not on the agenda, and I know there's some folks that emailed, said they had something they want to talk about, so this is your chance. And please come line up and let's get this. Pick who's going to go first.
I'll go first.
All right, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Sue Maloney. I'm a resident of Redway. And last time I was here was probably 20 years ago, pretty much talking about the same issue. Things have certainly quieted down a whole bunch from the late 90s, early 2000s, when old growth logging was really a big issue, and there was a whole lot of direct action, and I'm pretty sure you probably all know about it. But I'm here to talk about an issue in Lower Redway that just happened last month. Basically what it was a CAL FIRE employee got a CAL FIRE registered professional forester to write an exemption to the forest practice rules to cut several very large old growth trees, claiming the trees were a hazard. A local ordinance for Lower Redway, commonly referred to as the Q Zone Ordinance, and hopefully we'll all be learning a lot more about this Q Zone in the near future. The Q Zone should have prohibited these trees from being cut, as they were not damaged or diseased and in imminent danger of falling. For those who might not be familiar with the area, Lower Redway is on the way to Shelter Cove, just west of town and across the river from a 200-acre state park known as Whitmore Grove. I believe the landowner and CAL FIRE abused the exemption process. In addition to that, Humboldt County clearly failed to enforce its own ordinance. This never should have happened. The trees that were cut were all healthy, straight, and sound. They were not in danger of falling over. The only potential hazard was falling branches. Falling branches are not enough of a hazard to warrant taking entire old-growth trees. The county failed to perform its required duties by allowing this. The county has permitting authority that should have caused further scrutiny of this logging and avoided the destruction of these old-growth trees. In the future, the county must not allow this to happen. It's pretty straightforward. Existing regulations simply need to be enforced. So the questions I have are, how did it happen that the Q zone was so easily circumvented, and what assurances will the county give that will convince us that this won't happen in the future? In all my years of trying to protect trees such as these, if there's one thing I've learned, it's that the farther away from this area you get, people cannot believe that trees such as these can still be logged and that they're not all protected. People cannot believe it's still legal to cut them. Ancient trees, old-growth trees, heritage trees, whatever you want to call them, people come from all over the world to see them, and they do not want to see them logged. We should acknowledge the huge role these trees play in attracting tourists here. Thank you very much.
Okay, just want to say really clearly, like, we generally reserve clapping and that sort of thing for like celebratory things, puppies, rainbows, you know, that kind of stuff. So, but anything that's really that has any kind of political slant to it or whatever, just we do the finger wave thing, just because we want to make sure that everyone's opinion is respected and there's not. You get what I'm talking about. You guys know what I'm talking about. All right, proceed.
Okay. Hi, I'm John Harden. I live in Edwardsburg, and I've lived here for going on 30 years now. And I always thought those trees were protected there in Lower Redway. It's a really beautiful neighborhood, and those trees particularly are, I call them ambassador trees. Like, you can't help but see them. If you go out to Shelter Cove, if you do anything in southern Humboldt that takes you out to the coast, you're going to pass those trees. And they're some of the few trees that you can see from the root to the tops of the trees. Mostly they're in forest, but these trees are right out there, and it seems like a kind of cynical opportunism that as the property values are somewhat depressed now and lumber prices are higher, I think somebody saw an opportunity that they could take those that it made economic sense to take those trees, whereas it's an affront to nature and an affront to the beauty of that community. And I think that the county really owes it to nature, to this place, to the character of our community, to enforce that Q zone and protect those trees, because they were not in danger of falling on anyone. They've been there longer than any of us have been there. And I think if you want to live in that neighborhood, you should accept it. I know that there are people would be just really grateful to have a home in such a beautiful neighborhood. Thank you.
My name is Amy Gustin, and I also live in Edwardsburg. I agree with everything that Sue and John said, and I do think that this represents a failure at every level. Personally, I do think that the landowner saw an opportunity and gamed the system. And I think that CAL FIRE basically allowed old-growth logging under the guise of home safety. And that the Humboldt Planning Department allowed this to go through is just egregious. Like, people worked very hard to get protections on the books, and the fact that they were not followed is just kind of unbelievable to me. You know, all of this was an egregious disrespect of the community and the work that they put in to protect those trees, and it's an egregious disrespect of God's majestic creation. You know, I know how far that goes in Humboldt with some people, but, you know, Humboldt's beauty is one of the few things that we have going for us. And like Sue said, tourism, you know, the beauty of this area draws people, and the magnificence of the redwoods draws people here. I drive by that property every time I go home. Anybody who goes out to Shelter Cove or out to the Lost Coast, you know, they drive by that, and what they see now is, I mean, if you look at that property, it's really ugly. And what happened was ugly, you know, morally and spiritually and politically. You know, it was a real, you know, middle finger to the community. It was really, you know, incredibly disrespectful. And I want to know, like, what the county is going to do about it. There was this 2112 on the books, so why was it allowed to happen? What can be done now? I do think that, like, this is a really bad precedent, and I want to know how the planning department and anyone else is going to remedy it, and to make sure that this doesn't happen in any of the other properties in Lower Redway. And so thank you. I ask for your cooperation, and I would like for you to look into it and to you know, put pressure on the planning department to do their job. Thank you.
Good morning. Chair Wilson, members of the board. My name's Adona White. I'm a resident of Lower Redway. It's nice to see you all today, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I did submit an email letter on behalf of a group of concerned community members. I also have hard copies here to distribute to you if you'd like. In 1996, this board created the Q Zone specifically to protect old-growth redwoods on private lands in Lower Redway, located adjacent to the John B. DeWitt State Natural Reserve. The ordinance is clear. Redwoods over 12 inches in diameter at breast height are protected and may be removed only if they pose imminent danger of falling or if no feasible alternative development location exists, and a county special permit is required. Limb fall is certainly a hazard in the redwoods, but it is not adequate justification for removal of these old-growth redwoods that the Q Zone is meant to preserve. Now, 30 years after adoption of the ordinance, and despite the ordinance, in the Q Zone, recently at least 5 old-growth redwoods were cut without any county permit, review, or neighbor notification. Instead, the county deferred to CAL FIRE's fire hazard tree exemption process, allowing for tree removal within 150 feet of structures. Their process does not require a tree hazard assessment consistent with the ordinance, evidence of imminent tree fall, and alternatives analysis or agency or neighborhood notification. It does allow for commercial sale of logs, creating incentives for removal. Relying solely on CAL FIRE's exemption process undermines the Q Zone and puts the remaining old growth at risk. A better approach is employed by Q Zone residents and PG&E, in which we avoid cutting down protected old growth redwood trees and instead do targeted limb removal for hazard mitigation. We depend on this board to uphold this ordinance and implore you to review and update all the Q Zone records. It appears the version online is incomplete. To establish a clear, enforceable implementation process with neighbor notification, a hazard evaluation consistent with the ordinance, and an alternatives analysis prioritizing limbing over removal. We request that the county conduct a post-mortem evaluation to learn from the recent removals and see what went wrong. And we request that the Q Zone be brought back to this board for a full agenda item to clarify the protections and strengthen oversight. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
Hi, my name's Kathy Glass, and I'm a Redway resident. I'm not a very good public speaker, but first of all, ancient trees do belong with puppies and rainbows and social workers, but I'm okay with not clapping. And as a friend pointed out, this is a real scar in the neighborhood. This is a very visible lot. It's right on the road and the river and the bridge right at the corner. And it looks like the site of a massacre. It's a slashy, muddy mess. It's going to be a scar for many years. And I think we can all acknowledge that these trees are irreplaceable and that human greed, nothing is really safe from human greed at this point, and regulatory oversights do occur, and that maybe we should think about a way to make this not profitable. If these trees are hazards and ruled as such and have to come down, maybe they could be donated to the community or the social services or the parks and not create landowner profit. And that might reduce the incentive for people to want to take these down on their private property, because private property is a valued right as well. But there's nothing like an ancient tree, and they serve everybody on the planet. So maybe we could think of an alternative to regulatory oversight that would be get the profit out of the ancient trees. Thank you very much.
Well, as you can tell, I need all the help I can get just to get to the podium. I'm Linda Sutton. I live in Lower Redway. I'm a long-term resident there. I was lucky enough to spend part of my childhood there and a good part of my adulthood. So I came to this meeting today to protest the commercial logging of old-growth redwoods in the Q zone in Lower Redway in January of this year. This is precisely what the Q zone was supposed to prevent, and I feel betrayed. I am containing myself so I just do not yell that word, betrayal. Over 35 years ago, a parcel of mainly old-growth redwoods was commercially logged over a weekend. Neighbors and local residents were upset and outraged. CAL FIRE's resource management's focus is timberland. Lower Redway has been residential for many years. First with indigenous people, later with summer people, and permanent residents who care about being good stewards and protecting long-lived trees to support a healthy forest. From my point of view, it seems like the redwoods are, in this neighborhood, are the keystone species. That means that they are protective of the other trees around them and vice versa. We already have a problem with sudden oak death, and that has taken its toll. We have climate change that has affected fir and permitted the beetles to move in. So we're struggling in some ways, and it seems even more important now to protect the redwoods. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name's Dave Walsh. I also live in Lower Redway. How you doing? This whole thing really took me by surprise. You know, we were expecting a county process. We had heard that this was exemption was in the pipeline, and we're sitting there waiting for it to show up on the ASILA website for the county, and it never did. There was no public notification. The whole process was a wholesale failure, in my opinion. And my understanding is that the building department was deferring to CAL FIRE for tree removal through the marijuana, grow situation, and that they just kind of assumed that they could continue to do this with this Q zone and not consider the Q zone as part of their responsibility. So I'm really hoping that as a result of this public comment, as well as whatever the board, when, hopefully at the next session, that we can actually get to the bottom of this problem. But I was wholly surprised, and this was a failure. And I, with the Q zone, this is no place for an exemption, and certainly not a fire exemption. And the impacts here are much broader than, say, an exemption can deal with. These are economic impacts. The county and the residents of Southern Humboldt have met several times regarding, what's the alternative? What's the next alternative now that we don't have a marijuana industry? And logging is certainly part of that, but tourism has been the focus. And this project that happened down there is going to significantly affect the economic viability of Southern Humboldt. We have short-term rentals in that area where people pay big money to come and stay in Lower Redway. And now they got a big pile of mud there and a bunch of stumps. And right now, today, they're putting some chain link fence around the thing. It's gonna look terrible. And does that need a permit? What's going on? It's really hard to get it. So the economic impacts are real. Southern Humboldt's going to be a place for logging in the future, but this is not the place to do it. Anyway, so I'm getting short on time here. So also, 90% of the new work that I get as a builder in Southern Humboldt is from out-of-towners buying land for cheap. And, that's where not just the tourism part, but also, being marketable to Bay Area people trying to buy, ranchettes or whatever in the hills. And so I really feel like, those meetings that we had, they meant nothing. And John Ford should take advantage, take a look at this. Thank you.
Thank
for
you.
your time.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Mulligan. I am a Humboldt County resident for 30 years now. I formerly have been a registered professional forester. I'm retired now. My comment is also on the Redway situation. I was asked to come down by a Redway resident to take a look at those trees before they were cut, so I did see them before they were cut. Those trees were fine. I agree with everything everybody else here said. I'm not going to repeat a bunch of stuff. I would just kind of like to give my little perspective on it. Those trees were not defective. There was nothing wrong with them. I looked at all 4 or 5 of them. Actually spoke to Robert Scarlett, and I think he just gave me a bunch of lip service about the danger to his house and the danger to his mom, and really just made like a couple $100,000 off of cutting these trees. As a RPF, I would have never signed off on this exemption. Taking old growth is prohibited in exemptions except for clear hazards. These trees were not a hazard. The prior landowner had tried to do this before and was not able to do it because she could not find an RPF that would sign off on it. The only reasons that this exemption was signed off on was because the applicant and the forester were both CAL FIRE employees, and they figured they could abuse their positions and slide in illegal action under the wire, and no one would notice. Sadly, they were right, and we noticed too late. This is a tragedy and a travesty that happened through corruption, I will say it. This corruption was enabled by John Ford and the planning department, who were happy to abandon their responsibilities and ignore a crime happening right in front of them. And now our community has suffered irreparable damage. There is now a small clear cut in the middle of beautiful Lower Redway that has exposed the rest of the neighborhood to houses to more wind and more storm damage that would not have happened if these trees were left alone. The factors and the people responsible for this need to be held accountable, and the Q zone protection process must be strengthened to ensure this doesn't happen again. Thank you.
I want to remind people we really, personal attacks or something where we really try and keep to 0. All right, so thanks.
Good morning. My name is Grant Johnson. I own the 5-acre property behind Redway Beach. It has 42 old-growth trees on it based on a 2024 timber appraisal that I had done. I bought the property specifically to protect those trees and prevent them from being logged because of an experience that I had in Fort Bragg. I owned a 5-acre parcel north of Fort Bragg behind McCarricker State Park. My property didn't have any big trees on it, but I was bordered by forested land all around. The people to the west of me sold their property to a logger. Property had at least a dozen or more really big second growth trees, 100 years probably. The guy came in, cut them all down. It opened my property up to the wind off of McCarricker Beach. The noise off of Highway 1, because we were just east of that. And the light that came in turned the place into a weeds patch, so it was like living next to a weed-covered parking lot. So it devalued my property. It took me 1.5 years to sell it. And I began looking for another piece of property that had redwoods on it. In the process, I found myself competing with other individuals that were looking for small pieces of property that had trees on them, specifically to cut them down, profit off of that, and move on. And so there's a group of people that do this for a living. And we really need to have some protection to prevent that from happening. And I hope we can come up with a way to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. And looks like we have one more in the house. That's you, unless there's more.
Okay.
Start lining up, please. All right.
Hi, my name is Joanne McGarry. 3 things in 2 minutes, hopefully, Supervisor Wilson. Climate change, climate action, what is being talked about is exactly that. And we need to get moving faster on getting implemented this climate action plan. Please, whatever you can do to make things move faster, get this climate action committee going. You know, redwood forests, old growths, huge as carbon sequestration. We are now bombing countries in the Middle East, causing massive pollution and climate impacts. And if we can think globally and act locally, this type of behavior needs to stop in our community, and we need to do everything we can to protect our communities from the impacts of what global climate change is going to do. So that's just, you know, one thing that I wanted to say now. And I want to also talk about the impacts of explosions in the air that's occurring all over the world right now, and we don't need them on 4th of July in our community. So I do hope you will come up with an alternative to fireworks for very, very many reasons. And finally, I'm just going to talk about alternative travel. I'm going to go to the Humboldt Transit Authority meeting tomorrow. But with oil prices probably rising because of war, we really need to start doing what we can locally to help people get around without having to pay expensive prices for gas. And as I was coming into the building, there was a lieutenant from the sheriff's department holding a e-bike with no tires on it that had apparently had been stolen or whatever and found, but it didn't have the tires. And it also just reminds me, we really need to find safe places for people who want to ride a bike instead of driving a car to safely park their vehicle, their bicycle. And so we need to do something about it, and we can start with the courthouse. So thank you.
All right. Come forward.
Good morning. My name is Samantha Montoya Wilson. I am the manager of the Groves at Redway Beach. Our name is the Groves at Redway Beach, not the clear cut down the street by Redway Beach. And so I'm here to remind everyone that as a member of the tourism industry, it's important that we have protections to keep these ancient trees intact and standing, since that's what's drawing so many tourists to the property that I am graced to manage and our neighboring properties. Many of my short-term rental guests say how incredibly gorgeous the property is. I'm glad that there's 2 ways for them to get there via Oak Ridge. The first turn brings them to the property through the gorgeous redwood forest. But if they were to take the other end of the street, they would happen upon a clear cut on their way to visit the groves. My concern is the root systems of the forest and keeping them healthy. Wouldn't a hazard also be by cutting these trees that the root systems are affected, wherefore a tree could actually fall on its own accord? That's a great concern, considering that that's the road to Shelter Cove and many lifeline supports. I would advise the district to look further into the existing Q zone ordinance and do so with a longer perspective, perhaps 100 years or more, and how we can help to influence the life of these gorgeous trees and how they affect our tourism economy. Thank you for your time.
My name is Thomas Anonymous. I am actually lucky to be here today with you. My neighbor upstairs thought he'd actually scared me to death. I played possum for 7 days, and I'll begin with this. I live in fear every day. My upstairs neighbors want to kill me. Here's a little bit of information about him. In 2024, he had his wife arrested. Later that year, he had his 25-year-old son arrested. January 20th of last year, I believe the son had committed suicide. He told me last year he had them arrested because they needed help. I don't know if that's help, the proper help. That is not, I can tell you, that is not the proper help. He tampered with 2 of my vehicles that could have killed me and others on the highway. He admitted to putting a screw in the left rear of my SUV. After driving it on the highway and returning home, I only had 10 pounds of pressure in that tire. He told me he had put something in the gas tank of my other vehicle and told me once I reached highway speed, I would know. In other words, if it was water, the engine completely stops. Imagine somebody rear-ending you at highway speed. More people die, not just myself. This is probably water and is under investigation by the sheriff's office, okay? Now to the current situation. January 14th, I was served with a fraudulent restraining order, and the man who served me told me I was going to jail, and my neighbor is parked in front of my garage 10 feet away. 2 deputies show up, they look at my ring, nope. Later that day, I took a picture out of my window. He's watering the lawn just after a severe rain, and because I took the picture, he's calling the sheriff again, no arrest. Next morning, I answer my door, turn around, you're under arrest. I spent 6 days in your jail. They didn't want to look at the ring video. The other officers did the proper thing. I spent 6 days in jail. Okay, so he knows that putting me in jail will kill me. Okay, so last Tuesday, he took a picture, a recording of me talking out of my living room window. He's saying really bad stuff to me, okay? I'm gonna play that because time's running out. I'm sorry, hold on a second. Oh, shoot.
That's okay. And I'm supposed to give them a call back as soon as you get home. As soon as you get home, Tom.
If you heard that, he says, as soon as you get home, Tom, you're going to jail. That was last Tuesday. Your sheriff's department has had no calls from him. None. 0.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Help, please, help. Somebody help.
Good morning, and thank you for the time and effort that you put into serving our community. I also my name is Tom Hiller, broker owner, Benchmark Realty Group. I also, for the last 4 years, have been restoring a summer home in Lower Redway. I chose to do that because of the beauty of that area, and because I had knowledge as a longtime resident that the trees in that area were protected, or so I thought. I'd like to express my gratitude to my neighbors for taking time out of their busy lives to come and talk to you about this issue today. And I plead with you to please put this on a future agenda so we can have a two-way conversation about this issue. It should be a very easy issue. We have an ordinance, we have a Q zone. We just need to make sure that it's enforced and that we protect this very rare diamond in the rough of southern Humboldt that if torn down cannot be replaced. And we need these shining lights more than ever. And it is a big attraction. I invite you to come and visit the place I've been putting my heart and soul and money into for the last 4 years to restore a summer home. These were all built as summer homes. They weren't intended as full-time residents, but some people choose to live there. In the past, Save the Redwoods League has acquired some of these older summer homes, torn down the buildings, donated the land to the state park system, and what we see happening now is just the opposite. Instead of tearing down these temporary homes to save the forest, they're tearing down the forest to put these barrack-like looking homes with chain link fences around them. So I thank you for your time, and I, again, my appreciation to all my neighbors for making the trip up here, and do look forward to you putting this on the agenda. It's easy. There already is a Q zone. Let's just make sure it's enforced. Thank you.
Looks like we're finished in the room. Hold on a second, supervisors. We have one more online because this person was having trouble getting in, and so we're gonna allow them to jump in, and then I'll bring it back to the board. But remember, board, this is just a comment period. We're not in a conversation. So.
Thank you, Chair. Caller 1556. I will unmute you, and you'll have 3 minutes. And if you have any troubles, press *6 and start talking.
Okay, I hope I'm unmuted now.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Yeah, I'm Richard Ginger. I somehow didn't move quick enough. I was other meetings I've been at live. People come first, and then comes the remote. So I just wanted to fully endorse so much of what has been said about Lower Redway today, and in particular the letter from the Old Growth Neighborhood Association, and of that in particular about full agenda item before the board to clarify Q zone protections and strengthen the county's oversight process. I would recommend that there be a pre-full agenda meeting, with the concerned county involved people and the neighborhood and the people that are standing up for Lower Redway to have a meeting before that agenda item for a full meeting with the board, so it's effective when you have the full hearing before the board and don't go off in different ways, and actually have a very methodical, full consideration, and you have results that will be effective and comprehensive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, so I'm going to bring this back to the board. I can feel that a few of the board members want to respond, but I do want to remind folks that we don't have a back and forth during these, and even when we have items that are on the agenda. I want to hope that we keep our comments pretty short. We're in a pretty tight timeline. When we have this many people, really it should be agendized before we get to this place, but this is where we're at now. So Supervisor Bushnell and then Supervisor Madrone, please start your comments. Thanks.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the community of Redway for coming up here today. It's a long haul. Secondly, I know that you guys had a meeting in Redway, and I would love to be invited to that. And you also spoke with Damien at the Trees Foundation, who informed you of some information that Director Ford and I gave to Damien. We had a meeting with him. Currently, the process is on hold and is under review with the planning department. Director Ford had nothing to do with this. This exemption process came from this board, from a lawsuit that we got into with PG&E 2 years ago. And the planning department was directed by this board to do this. from 2 years ago, so it has nothing to do with the planning department. I'm happy to talk to any of you. I don't think I've gotten an email from any of you. I know several of you. I'm happy to meet with you. When I became aware of this, I immediately called Director Ford, and I also immediately called CAL FIRE, and we had a meeting with CAL FIRE. We are working through the process to make this more transparent and to do what we can. Thank you all again for your public comment. I do understand all your guys' concerns.
Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair. No back and forth, just a comment. We need to speak for the trees have no tongues. So we are speaking to you, board, at the top of our lungs. Unless someone like us cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not. And so I would very much recommend that we agendize this item so we can have a full discussion about the Q zone, what happened here, and what we're going to be doing going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Supervisor Bone.
I'm sorry, this is just my statement. You pretty much lose any respect for me when you come up and attack our staff. I am sorry. Most of our staff's a bunch of reproach, especially John Ford. This was a CAL FIRE incident, completely on CAL FIRE, never reached his desk. He did get a phone call, but it never reached his desk. And to make that kind of public statement makes me realize, I understand what you do. I grew up and didn't grow up. I spent a lot of time in Redway 60 years ago at the Lazio cabin, but I'm just telling you, he's not elected. You can take all the pot shots you want at any of us, but to attack our staff is a completely, I tuned everything out after that.
Okay. Supervisor Arroyo, did you have something to say?
I think it was covered. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to close public comment, but I will say that please talk to your local representative about getting things together. And just, it is important to do that before we get into a situation where we're spending this much time in this session to do this, because we don't have the capacity to respond in any sort of functional way. So that's all I have to say about that. Moving on, where I'm closing out that, and what is the first item that we're going to be jumping into?
Thank you. We're moving on to item H1.
H1, this is aviation. And we're going to open the public hearing. And then I'll have staff introduce the item, and then we'll hear from the applicant, or excuse me, the appellant.
Morning, Supervisors. Justin Hopman, Director of Aviation. Kaylee, did you have a PowerPoint? All right, we're here today, reference to parcel 511-131-031, which is located at 3481 Central Avenue, McKinleyville. It was purchased by Mr. Joseph Doty in 2024. The appellant, he's seeking to overturn the Department of Aviation's action of denial of an aviation permit to allow a two-story accessory dwelling unit, ADU. Next slide. The clicker. This parcel is located within the airport land use compatibility plan area, which was adopted in 2021 under the Humboldt Board of Supervisors. Within the AL UCP, it's in Safety Zone 1, which is known as the Runway Protection Zone. It's the most restrictive area. In accordance with FAA Advisory Circular, Safety Zone 1 precludes most uses, including any new structures and uses having an assemblage of people. Humboldt County Code, Chapter 333, covers airport approach zoning law for the purpose of promoting public health, safety, and general welfare of the inhabitants of the county, and restricts height of structures, most importantly. It identifies the Department of Aviation as the department responsible for reviewing the airport-related permits and implements FAA protective airspace regulations. And it also identifies you, the Board of Supervisors, as the appropriate appeal authority for decisions made by the Department of Aviation. Mr. Doty's property on the map there is a little square. It's Safety Zone 1. It's very close to the runway. It's 850, just over 850 feet from the approach of the runway, which puts it into the runway protection zone. One other thing that we, the sponsor, were held to grant assurances, more specifically, Grant Assurance 21, compatible land use. We, as the airport sponsor, will take appropriate action to the extent reasonable, including the adoption of zoning laws to restrict the use of land adjacent to or in the immediate vicinity of the airport to activities and purposes compatible with normal airport operations, including landing and taking off of aircraft. All right, Mr. Doty's arguments. Argument 1, inconsistency with HCD and state guidelines. California Housing and Community Development does not allow housing in potentially unsafe locations. The ADU is only allowed where a single-family residence is allowed, and a single-family residence is not allowed in Safety Zone 1. The existing structure is non-conforming. The existing house was installed in 1975 prior to the creation of the ALUP or the adoption of the ALUCP. But the current structure is a legal structure. It can be maintained, it just cannot be expanded. Argument number 2, neighboring properties received approvals. No permits have been issued for new construction on neighboring properties. The Hooven property next door was issued a permit back in 2003 for an addition to the front of the building. That permit was issued in error. It's not county practice to issue permits for new development or expand existing development in the runway protection zone. Argument 3, decisions should be based on FAA studies. The ALUCP was developed based on FAA guidelines, which they're grounded in advisory circulars, safety studies. The current FAA guidance continues to reinforce this principle, recommending that runway protection zones remain free of structures and development. An FAA advisory circular outlines expectations for airport sponsors, which recognizes that incompatible land uses threaten aircraft and public safety. Mr. Doty's argument number 4, incorrect decision-making authority and no proper notice of rezone. The Airport Safety Review Overlay Plan has been on the property since 2002, and Humboldt County provided proper notice and followed all procedural requirements in adopting ordinance number 2644, which enacted Humboldt County Code 333-1. Can you pull the mic closer to you? Sure, yep. All right, number 5, legal non-conforming designation. Non-conforming uses may remain on the property if they are not expanded or changed to a more intensive use. And then his argument number 6, constitutional taking. The subject property retains substantial economic use under existing zoning, including his ability to maintain his current residence. The denial only prohibits expansion of the residence, which an ADU would be an expansion, and Safety Zone 1 is not allowed. Federal law recognizes categorical taking only when the regulation deprives a property of all economic development use. This is argument number 7. Mitigation could allow an AD over a garage. Again, Safety Zone 1 of the ALUCP prohibits any increase in development regardless of mitigation measures. And consideration of mitigation is not feasible because no amount of mitigation can overcome the presumption that increase in habitation in Safety Zone 1 poses an inherent risk to life and property. And his last argument, FAA supports compensation. This is true. This is not the issue at hand. The issue is whether or not he can build an ADU. Ultimately, the airport could buy the property. The FAA would support buying the property. It's as funds are available. And as you know, the Department of Aviation operates on an enterprise fund, limited funds, and the FAA prioritizes their money differently as well. It's a lower priority purchase. Department of Aviation and the County of Humboldt has a duty to protect the airspace surrounding all county-owned airports, including the California Redwood Coast Humboldt County Airport. So it's the Department of Aviation's recommendation to deny the appeal submitted by Mr. Joseph Doty and deny the aviation permit submitted by Mr. Joseph Doty.
I would just like to add a couple of clarifying points. In your capacity as Board of Supervisors, you're determining the zoning aspect, which is the AP overlay on the property, as well as Humboldt County Code 333-1, etc. In your capacity as the Airport Land Use Commission, you're determining compatibility with the ALUCP. So you're sitting both in your board capacity as well as your Airport Land Use Commission capacity.
All right, thank you. Unless there's very specific questions from the board, I'm going to ask the appellant if they have, if they're here and want to speak to this item. Is the appellant present, either online or?
I don't have anyone on my end.
Okay. Well, the appellant is not here to support their appeal, which is unusual. And unless there are any comments from the board, we might want to move towards a motion. But Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that the appellant knew this was happening. They received notice, correct? And then also I have a question of when this, excuse me, when this designation changed, I'm assuming the surrounding landowners received notice, and I think Director Ford can answer that if he wants to come up, please.
John Ford, Director of Planning and Building. You'd asked when the property was rezoned. The last time the property zoning changed was when the McKinleyville Community Plan was adopted, and that would have been in 2002. At that point, the AP overlay was definitely put in place. I believe it was in place before that, particularly since the previous ALUP was in place, and so it would have made sense to correspond to that. I just wasn't able to confirm that. I did hear, well, I'm not going to speculate because I didn't see anything before that, but I believe it was before that, but it's at least 2002 that it's been there. And yes, whenever property is rezoned, at the scale of the McKinleyville Community Plan, it probably would have been like an 8-page ad or larger for the community to be able to see in newspaper or public circulation.
Okay, and one last question. So because of the flight restrictions in this area, is there any capacity to build or update anything in this zoning area?
I think Justin's probably the person to answer that, but from a planning standpoint, the permit technician was working the counter when Mr. Doty came in. We immediately identified that nothing could be built there.
Okay. Okay, and then
Yeah, nothing in the RPZ. Nothing can be developed.
Excuse me. You're allowed to get permits for avigation aids, and then I think maybe some livestock. Some what?
Livestock.
Livestock. Okay, thank you. Thanks.
All right. Seeing no other questions from the board, I'm going to open up to public comment. We have someone online, so please let him in.
Caller 7718, I will unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes.
This does verify that the applicant could be calling in and zooming the meeting. I'm able to do so from Mexico. It's distressing that he's not present. I don't know the notification. Hopefully he's been made aware of this. I would assume there's a process. And due to the fact that he apparently is unwilling or unable to attend the meeting, I highly recommend that you concur with the staff recommendation of this particular one. I'm a strong person of property rights, but when it comes down to safety, certain things have to be sacrificed. It sounds like you did your due diligence by having the zoning taken care of there. Strongly support denial of this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all on Zoom, Chair.
All right. I'm happy to move this on to, let's see, we have public comment, staff. There's nothing to rebut from the staff in terms of this.
I have an additional question, please.
Sure, one more question. Yeah.
Thank you. So was, like most appeal processes, the applicant will pay for an appeal. Do you know if that happened? What was the circumstance here?
The appeal was filed in
Can you pull that forward? Thank you.
The appeal was filed in September, and at that point in time, aviation permits did not have a fee schedule set for appeals. It's since been added in this January fee schedule, but we didn't have one before that point in time.
Okay, so he was able to file the appeal without, okay, thank you for that. And then I'm happy to make a motion to deny the appeal of this process.
Is there a second?
Oh, second.
Okay, and I assume that that motion and second is based on staff recommendations. And I want to, yeah, exactly, and the findings in the resolution. I appreciate that, and also the follow-up comments from our attorney. Is there any other comments on this? Is there any objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the appeal has been rejected. Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute break before we go into the next item, which I believe is the TRL. Is that correct? Or no, what is it?
It's item H2.
Okay. Let's do that one first. Let's jump into that if we can. Before the break, if that's all right. H2, revocation of zoning clearance.
Thank you, Chair. John Ford with the Planning and Building Department. I apologize, there seems to be a little confusion with this. We had noticed this, but in the review of it, didn't feel it was something where the permit should be revoked for reasons, and I can go into all of that. But we were just trying to continue it off calendar and then take no action on it.
Okay, so what's your recommendation for this?
To continue it to a date uncertain, and it will just disappear.
Okay, is there a motion to continue to date uncertain? We will do that, yeah.
We need to open the public hearing as well.
We're opening public hearing.
I don't think you do. It's continued on the face of the agenda.
The public hearing would still be opened, and then it'll be closed at the.
No, it'll be continued, right?
No, but you're not planning on bringing it back, and if you do, it'd be renoticed, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so yes, we can open it, and then we would close it at the end of the, once action has been taken.
I forgot was I to close the last item? Okay, that public hearing is closed, by the way. All right, so we're opening this public hearing, and with that, I'll take a motion and then I'll take public comment.
I'll make a motion to continue time uncertain.
To a date uncertain.
To a date uncertain.
Okay, is there a second?
Sure, I'll second.
Great. Is there comment either online or in the room?
No.
Great. Is there any objection to unanimous consent to the motion? Seeing none, we are moving on to the next item, and we're going to close the public hearing. Thank you for that reminder. And the next item, we're going to take a 5-minute break, bio break, and then we'll be coming back to talk about the TRL. Thanks. Okay. All right, so we are on item I-1, Department of Health and Human Services, and this introduction of an ordinance of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Humboldt for the bunch of sections related to tobacco retail licensing. Before we get into this, I want to remind everybody this is our third or fourth bite at this apple in relation to this board. There are 3 or 4 policy items that are of kind of note today. I'm going to try and run the meeting as best I can to kind of focus on those one at a time, if we can do that, so that we can kind of run through those. If I can get some straw polls on those various straw votes on those various items, that would be great, so that we can hone in on a functional and passable motion, whatever that might be. So with that, I'm going to let staff jump in and start this process, and then we'll go from there.
Good morning, Chair and your board. I'm Sophia Pereira. I'm the Public Health Director for, you can hear me okay? Okay. I'm the Public Health Director for Department of Health and Human Services. And we also will have with us, speaking in a little bit throughout our presentation, our Deputy Director, Brianna Sherlock for Public Health, and our Environmental Health Director, Mario Carlson. And then I'll also have our colleague over here in County Council introduce themselves.
I'm Destiny Velasca. I represent DEH as a client and the board, obviously.
Great. So we're, and actually, Kaylee, do we have the slides that we're able to pull up?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And so, you know, we're here today bringing back some amendments for your board to consider. And we will, we know time is of the essence, but given that this topic has come to the board in different iterations over time, we recognize there may be some folks in the room that may not have, heard some of the purpose behind the work. And so we also are going to share a little bit of just like a refresher about the purpose of the tobacco retail licensing ordinance, the work that our staff have done around this, and adding some context then to the amendments that are before your board for consideration. And before we move into the conversation, and we've mentioned this before, but just to clarify that the tobacco retail licensing ordinance is speaking to commercial tobacco and not the sacred and ceremonial use of tobacco that tribes may use. So just wanted to offer that clarification as we talk, about tobacco. And can we go to the next slide, please?
That last part, I didn't understand that.
Oh, just clarifying that we're talking about commercial tobacco products and not the sacred and ceremonial use of tobacco that tribes may use.
There's a remote on the table at the end.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you. There we go.
So I would like to share a little bit of context on the environment. It is now? I would like to share a little bit of the context that we're working within as we address this situation today. So within the last couple of months, we, along with many members of the state representation, and I believe the board as well, received a letter of concern from the principals in the Northern Humboldt schools, actually detailing the level of tobacco use and particularly vaping and e-cigarette products that they're dealing with among school students at this point. So these are all examples of items that were confiscated from Eureka High School students on campus by faculty and staff that they shared in that letter with all of us. I just want to share that this is becoming a major challenge. We know that in Humboldt County, 2 out of 3 11th graders say it's easy to acquire vaping and e-cigarette products for them. 40% report that they've tried vaping. 1 in 7 say that they're current regular users, and 1 in 10 say they've used vapes on school property within the last 30 days. So this is not a small problem that we're facing, and these are high school students, not adults that we're talking about. The use of, or the sale of flavored nicotine products is illegal in California, but it does continue largely through local smoke shops, local convenience stores, and online services as well. So there are multiple ways to access these. But this is really a new movement by Big Tobacco to target young people and rope them into a lifetime of smoking and nicotine use. So these products were originally released in the United States in about 2006 by small companies. They were kind of sold under the idea that they could help people who were addicted to smoking cigarettes to move away from that. And quite frankly, for many years, most of us as doctors actually believed that rhetoric. It turns out that's not actually accurate. They're not particularly successful at helping people who are established smokers quit smoking. They are, however, incredibly successful at recruiting new people into tobacco use. And the largest prevalence of this use is in people between the ages of 18 and 24. So really, who have not been previous smokers. So they're really very definitely targeting that market. If you remember, it took us about 150 years to fully recognize the amount of damage that cigarettes, the modern cigarettes, actually do to people in the course of their health and how really addicting those things were. These have the potential to be even more addictive because they can deliver very high concentrations of nicotine in a much smaller and shorter time period, smaller amounts in a shorter time period than traditional cigarettes do. While they do have less tar and carbon monoxide poisoning associated with them, they do have a number of other chemicals in them, including chromium and arsenic. They have propylene glycol, which actually metabolizes into formaldehyde in the human body, which is a carcinogen. So there are a lot of health risks associated with these. And since 2019, there have also been an awareness that there is an acute and life-threatening lung disease that can develop from use of vaping products. So yes, they are marginally safer than cigarettes in some ways. No, we do not fully know the extent of the damage that they may cause over a lifetime because they've only been used in the United States for about 20 years. But during that 20 years, they've become more potent, more strongly concentrated, and have had no regulation over the quality control of what goes into the cartridges that are sold locally. So there's a lot of risk for additional contamination besides just what we see in them. Next slide, please. So these are some more examples of the types of vapes that are currently on the market. And I don't think that anybody would look at these products and assume that these were targeted towards and developed for people my age or for current smokers. These are clearly designed along the same lines that we design candy and video games to be attractive to a younger audience. And this is important because part of how we actually regulate and watch for the sales of these is tied into other tobacco enforcement that we actually do. We do know that because these are illegal in the state of California, or illegal to sell them in the state of California, that the sales locations in the areas that are currently under the county TRL enforcement don't carry these, but we have also heard anecdotally that business owners may be actually transferring them to their stores in other areas that are not under the tobacco retail license control of the county and therefore don't have as tight of enforcement over regulations. Sophia, was there anything you'd like to add to that?
Microphone. No, thank you for that. And we also can bring up Brianna and Mario, if you're able to now. But
Well, while they're coming up, I'll just go ahead and remind people of kind of what's at stake in terms of health consequences here. So every year in this country, overdoses kill about 110,000 people. Alcohol kills about 175,000 people. Tobacco kills 490,000 people in this country every year. If this was a new drug that was being released, if it wasn't something that the industry had worked so hard to make our communities and our economies dependent on, we would not be having a question about legalizing it at this point. By today's standards, this kills so many more people than any other drug that we actually interact with. So the second leading cause of death or smoking related issues are the second leading cause of death in Humboldt County. And I will tell you that not a week goes by that I don't review the death certificates of a number of our community members who've died as a consequence of smoking. I'm sympathetic to the fact that our economy is tied to this in many ways, which is what the argument behind slowly phasing out easy access to recruit new smokers and new tobacco users was the intention behind most of the public health policies that are directed around regulating the sales of tobacco products. And thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I'll move on to the next slide. And this is just a reference of some of the data that Dr. Stockton spoke on.
Good morning. So at the meeting in this past October.
Hold on a second. Hey, Rex, could you write down your questions, and when the staff is done, we'll do that. Okay.
I certainly will. I was just saying, I think you're going to, as you like to ask, we have popular 100% consensus on vapes, which are legal, and I appreciate all the data to back that up, but I think we all agree with vapes, and it just seems like redundancy, but I'm fine with it, so.
Okay, thanks. All right, please continue.
Thank you. In October 2025, when we came to your board, we gave an in-depth presentation regarding the 7 ways of outreach and education which have occurred since the tobacco retail licensing ordinance was first brought to your board in 2022, including what information was distributed to the retailers and what documents were shared with them during those visits. In the board packet, there's an attachment with notes on all of the times that the tobacco retail licensing ordinance has been brought before your board for different reviews. This is just a high-level overview of the timeline since the TRL was brought in December 2022, and then it was passed in May 2023. So just to look at how successful the TRL has been since it passed in 2023, before the TRL was enacted, there were 60 tobacco retailers in unincorporated Humboldt County. 98% of those stores were educated prior to the TRL being brought before your board. At that time, 60% of those stores had flavor violations because selling flavored tobacco products is against state law, and 40% of those stores had Stake Act sticker violations, which are those stickers that say that you must be 21 or older to purchase tobacco. As of 2025, end of 2025, so about 2.5 years into the tobacco retail licensing ordinance, we now have 53 tobacco retailers, down from 60. 100% of our stores in unincorporated Humboldt County have been educated. 4% of stores had flavor violations in 2025, and 2% had Stake Act sticker violations. Those have since been corrected, and now 100% of our stores in unincorporated Humboldt County are in compliance with state, federal, and local tobacco laws.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. I'm Mario Calson, Director of Environmental Health. DEH implements the TRL, the ordinance. We process applications for and review for compliance with the existing ordinance. We work with operators to ensure compliance and respond on behalf of the county to arrange for appeals as articulated in the code. Since the ordinance passed, we've learned that some sections of the code which describe how we calculate the population cap need clarification. Specifically, the websites provide that we use to reference those statistics to establish the population need clarification. Similarly, the language describing the relevant population also needs to be clarified. The ordinance appeals process articulates a method that goes through an administrative law judge. It's time-consuming, we've learned, and very expensive for the county and the appellant. The rigidity and formality of court proceedings is such that it requires extensive work in supporting the defense of our decisions, and it impacts our ability to do other mandated programs and priorities.
Okay, so with that, I'll go over the amendments that are before your board for consideration. And so obviously your staff packet has, your board packet has, the more detailed language, but, high level, we are recommending that the ordinance add the word unincorporated for the area of the county. We know that that has been the jurisdiction of the county, but given the implementation of this ordinance, wanted to add this in and recommend that you do that. And then the other thing that we wanted to update, our staff had been using both the U.S. Census Bureau and the California State Department of Finance data for determining the population of unincorporated county and how that affects the cap. And so while staff had been doing the math for unincorporated county for U.S. Census, it doesn't explicitly denote unincorporated versus non. So while our staff was doing the math of that, we wanted to provide an amendment for your board where it would, strike U.S. Census Bureau. It would keep the California State Department of Finance as a data source, and then offering this language that in the event that that data source is unavailable or unable to provide the appropriate population subset, that we would rely on another available data source. So that is another point of clarification that we would like for your board to add to this ordinance. The next, this is, something from the last time we were before your board in October. Your board directed us to bring forward essentially an exemption around the population and density requirements of the TRL. And so while staff, we are recommending to maintain the ordinance in its current form to receive the full benefits of that long-term reduction in tobacco sales in unincorporated county. We did want to make sure to bring forward what you've directed for us to bring, and looked at all the different options, and this is what we are presenting to your board. So this would provide an exemption that any retailer with a valid tobacco retailer's license that is greater than 10 miles from the next tobacco retailer shall qualify for a license regardless of the current cap. And so one of the things that your board did discuss is that, either doing a 10-mile radius or a 5-mile radius. And so that would, based on your board's direction, that would be very simple for that adjustment to be made or to update if they were to amend that. So, sorry, go ahead. I don't want to speak for county council.
Is this on? Sorry. The adjustment could be made, but because 10 miles is included in the ordinance language that was publicly noticed, if you would want to adjust the mileage range, we would have to come back for another first reading.
Thank you. I apologize for misspeaking. But our recommendation would be to maintain the ordinance as is, and if your board is considering that exemption, we do feel that 10 miles versus the 5-mile would be most appropriate as the balance of these different considerations that your board is having around this topic. And then lastly, this is just building upon what Mario was speaking to around the appeals process and providing language for your board to update the appeals process to go to the Board of Supervisors instead of the administrative law judge. So those are the amendments that are before your board for consideration. And before we open it up, I guess I just also want to recognize all the staff. I know, for the work that we've been doing, you've been, mostly interfacing, with those of us that are up here, but I really want to recognize, we have some staff that are here in the room, that are the staff that are, and some that aren't here in the room, but are the ones that are working directly with retailers that have built those relationships over the years, have provided a lot of support to help prepare for each time that we're coming before your board or whenever you have questions. And so I just also want to really appreciate the staff, both in environmental health and healthy communities that make this ordinance happen and provide support to retailers. So, and also just want to appreciate the retailers that also have been a key partner, obviously, in implementing this work as well. So just wanted to end on that note. And of course, take any questions or feedback you may have.
Okay, I appreciate that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to open this up to public comment first, and then we'll bring it back to the board for questions. So moving to online, is there anything online for public comment?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. And for those of you who are trying to get online, this is your time to do it. So this is your shot. Go ahead.
Okay, caller 0650, I will unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Julie Van Allier, and I'm the owner of.
Did we lose?
Hi. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, and we're restarting your clock.
Okay. My name is Julie Van Allier, and I'm the owner of Redwood Oil Company. As a family-run company, we have operated gas stations and convenience stores in Humboldt County for over 30 years. During this time, we've been an exemplary corporate steward, employing Humboldt County residents as store managers, cooks, and cashiers, meeting the needs of our communities, following all applicable regulations, paying our taxes, and safely and responsibly operating our stores. Last year, I entered into a contract to sell my gas stations to another family-run operation, Jackson Food Stores. Almost 8 months ago, on July 9th, 2025, Jackson's applied for tobacco licenses at 3 of our stores located within the county. On August 8th, those applications were denied based on a population-based license cap in the ordinance. On August 13th, we appealed that decision to the administrative law judge, and on January 23rd of this year, our appeal was upheld. The ALJ agreed with us that the ordinance language was flawed and that a denial based on a population-based license cap was not applicable. Processing of those applications was remanded to DHS on January 23rd per the ALJ's order. Since then, DHS has provided no information about the status of these applications other than to say they are being processed. We have been given no timeline whatsoever. DHS has had these applications in the queue since July 9th of last year, and the original reason for the denial has been overruled by the ALJ. We respectfully request that these applications be processed immediately now that the initial reason for the denial has been negated. We have been engaged in this process for almost 8 months, giving DHS ample time to review the matter. I am concerned that redrafting the ordinance in an attempt to deny our applications would be unjust and potentially unlawful. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller 7718, I will unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes.
I don't know if I totally understood that, but it sounds like you have a judicial ruling that precludes you from possibly doing what the ordinance is. If that's so, I guess you're in a whole different ballpark. I would think you'd be having county council weigh in as far as what that judicial ruling is. Have you appealed it? That brought to your attention? Sounds like you're kind of in a legality problem here. I noticed later in the agenda you have anticipated litigation. Maybe that's the one. I don't know. Anyway, if that is true what this prior speaker said, I highly recommend that you table this until you can get your ducks legally sorted out. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. That's all on Zoom, Chair.
All right, is there anyone in the room?
Thank you, Supervisor
Proceed,
Wilson, members of the board. Good morning. My name is Frank Martin. I'm an attorney representing Peter Van Alia, Julie Van Alia, and Redwood Oil. I have a very discrete issue that I am requesting the board's help with today. So Redwood Oil currently has 3 TRL license applications pending following a final order from an administrative law judge, an ALJ, directing the Department of Environmental Health to process its 3 licenses. The department has not done so, so I'm here today asking for the board's help before it decides whether to change the ordinance to first instruct the department to follow the ALJ order and process my client's 3 licenses. Mr. Peter Van Alia has put over 30 years of work and investment into his Humboldt County businesses. He has stores in Garberville, in McKinleyville, and Willow Creek. He wants to retire, he wants to sell his businesses and ensure that he's complying with the TRL ordinance while he's doing so. So last May, he was told by the department, hey, great news, you can do this. Because at that time, he was told there's 54 licenses and there's no waiting list. So if you give up your 3 licenses, there's gonna be 3 licenses available for the buyer. So the license cap would not be a problem in your case, and the law allows what Peter was trying to do. The buyer's applications were submitted, but then in July, the department changed course and says, we interpret the law to mean that the cap only counts the unincorporated population, so the cap is 29, not 54, and your applications are denied. Peter appealed. There was a full hearing by the ALJ. Peter won the appeal. The final order confirmed that the cap was 54, not 29, and the department is ordered to process the applications. That was about 2 months ago. The department had a choice to either appeal or comply with the order. It did neither. It brought this proposal forward. And so, of course, I'm going to say that litigation is never the preferred course of action, but I do need to put the board on notice that this amendment raises serious procedural due process concerns because it appears that the department is ignoring an ALJ order and nullifying my client's procedural due process rights. My client relied on the plain language of the ordinance as it was written. He prevailed at a formal administrative hearing on the law. He got a final order confirming that the law meant what it said it meant. And now the department is trying to change the law, to change it to say what they argued it meant, but what the ALJ had determined it did not actually say. So to Peter and to Julie, it feels like the department is moving the goalposts instead of listening to the ref. So today, Board of Supervisors, 3 minutes is short, I'm being quick here. I'm respectfully asking you to instruct the department to comply with the ALJ order, to process Redwood Oil's 3 license applications, and allow them to issue consistent with the ordinance as it is currently written. Thank you.
Very precise. Is there any other comments from the public on this item in the room? All right, seeing none, I'm going, oh, we got one? All right, sorry. All right, there you go. By all means, jump in. It's your time.
All right, thank you. My name's Amber Weir. I am project director for the California Health Collaborative. I've been here a couple times before when you guys were discussing TRLs and bringing this forward. We worked and shared with you the youth perspective on this with the Born to Breathe Youth Media Festival, if you remember that. And I just wanted to point out and maybe remind us of why we are here and what is the goal for today's discussion and possible amendment of this TRL. So from my recollection, a lot of this was to help with the youth initiation and access to tobacco. And the checks, the California Healthy Kids Survey, I don't know if you guys have seen those numbers, but from 2021 to 2025, it just came out, last year's. Some of those numbers have actually gone down, and they actually just went down in those recent last year. So I think a TRL, we can't say that that's the exact reason why that number went down. I think it was 11th graders went from 15% of total youth tobacco use access in the last 30 days to now 10%. So I applaud you. I think that's the right direction. That's what the hope is for our community. But I also want to remind you that you are the leaders of a TRL that other jurisdictions are trying to model. So Eureka used your TRL to then use to pass a new TRL. They didn't model it perfectly, but you are what they're looking at as what is right and to do. Humboldt County has 140 tobacco retailers in the county. So all these other jurisdictions, we know that's a lot. That's more than double the average for the state on access points. And we know that in order for these models to continue to reduce access, you guys are kind of that leader in that. So I just want to point out, what was the point? What are we trying to get at? And, looking at whether a handful of retailers not being able to renew that license versus access to tobacco and how much there is of it, weighing that out. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right. And if there's anyone else, please line up. Come forward.
Hi, my name's Samantha Hinkle, and I'm a project coordinator with the California Health Collaborative. I would just like to say that Humboldt County has a higher density of tobacco retailers than the California state average. I previously had worked in veteran services, and I had a client in the past that was referred to me from the hospital because he was homeless, and he was given a diagnosis of severe COPD, would be on 24-hour oxygen. He's somebody that lived a really rough life, survived war, and he told me in his enrollment with me that, you know, I never would have thought that with everything that I've had in my life, with my drug abuse, with homelessness, that it would have been tobacco that would have taken me out. 3 weeks after I enrolled him, he died. And I just want to use that as a story to kind of remember what tobacco actually does to people and the health consequences that comes with that. And just what that addiction kind of has a chokehold on people, that even when he knew he was dying and he had an oxygen tank on, he still had a cigarette in his hand. And I just need us all to remember that we have kind of a duty to ensure that the health of our population and to consider that fact. I think that the TRL was initially implemented to ensure that we are taking positive steps in the right direction, and I think that was a great step. And I just worry that an amendment could potentially take steps backwards. So I would just want whatever decision to be made that you consider that fact, and that moving forward that we're taking the positive steps and it is showing a difference in our communities. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, with that, I'm bringing it back to the board. What I'm going to ask is that we try our best to, as a board, in our discussion, to sort of take up one subject after another, as opposed to bouncing all over the place. And I'll do my best to see what we can do, if we can get some straw polls on those various things. The ordinance has 3 suggested, and what I mean by suggested, that's just basically what's been written in there based on our past discussions, changes in it, and we can either accept that change or reject that change to move things forward. If we're outside that zone, this ordinance will have to be brought back again. So I'm going to start with the first thing on my list of that it's not in any order of importance necessarily, but the discussion around the administrative law judge versus the supervisors in terms of reviewing the appeal. And so I just want to just start with that subject matter in the moment, and I'm just this is the time when supervisors can, I think, will be a good time to ask questions about that, or if there's any clarifying information that staff wants to give us. I'll just open the discussion to say that I think that keeping it with the administrative law judges is fine. I actually like it. I think moving it to the supervisors makes it somewhat more political, and so that's just my opinion. It has pros and cons of that, but I'm open to discussion. And so, Supervisor Bone, what's your thoughts on this one?
Administrative law judge basically dealt with the caps. That's it. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
right?
No, I'll ask our counsel to describe what the administrative law judge's role is in administering or dealing with appeals of this ordinance.
So DEH has enforcement authority, and that would include revocation. It includes approval or denials of license, and it also includes suspensions. And they issue a notice of intended decision. Those are all within the current structure. And if someone were to appeal any of those decisions, a decision to suspend, a decision to deny, all of those appeals run through the ALJ as the ordinance is currently structured.
I appreciate that. But the current ruling that the administrative law judge spoke on was just about the cap and the enforcement of the cap. He didn't do suspensions. He didn't do any of that. I'm just saying what's in front of us now. He
This is
built on it all?
not subject matter in terms of a specific license. This is about the TRL ordinance as a whole. That ruling was as to one person's license, and that is not currently before the board.
Okay, I don't, okay.
Anyone else? Supervisor Jones, and this is a global policy, I guess you'd call it, for the ordinance. It's not specific to any particular.
No.
Okay, there you go.
Well, I normally would feel fine about administrative law judge, and I don't know how much I should speak about this in particular, but it was my understanding that they didn't just look at the cap, they looked at the definition of the county area also, and perhaps some other things. So there was more than just the cap in that review, and from what I understand, that review was incomplete. And so that concerns me in terms of that part of the issue. Frankly, I agree with you that bringing anything before the board is political, adds political nature to things and stuff. But in this particular case, I'm pretty disappointed in the lack of adequate review of the issues in front of that judge. I'll just leave it at that.
And just as a reminder, this is a discussion about a global policy, not a specific.
Understood.
Okay. Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. In weighing the pros and cons, it would be helpful to know, I'm inclined to agree with Supervisor Wilson about it being a less political process, less opportunity for advocacy from, on a district by district basis or things like that. And really, the administrative law judge, to me, seems like a more neutral party. That said, are there any, I don't know what the timeline looks like with the administrative law judge, whether it's an expeditious process or whether having it come to our board would help with timeliness, or could you say a little bit about what that process looks like, given the two alternatives?
The administrative law process does require a lot of detail and a lot of coordination with council. So from environmental health perspective, requires us to prioritize an appeal. That's very important to us, that we defend the county and defend DHHS and our interpretation of code, and we need our attorney's support for that. Whatever the attorney's request of staff, we want to jump and make sure that we can support their strategy and our mutual strategy. That would still be the same with the Board of Supervisor process, I would expect. Some of the formal structure, as I understand, may be relieved. For example, we can come to the board in 6 weeks, potentially. Scheduling, just to get to the ALJ, requires a login to the Office of Administrative Hearings portal and website in coordination with state agencies. And that adds another layer of coordination, which complicates that review process. So I would, without having quantitative estimates, absolutely shorter to get to deliberation of the issue with a local solution rather than going to the state.
So it is more expeditious to come to us, even though you'd have to do a similarly high level of preparation, is what I'm hearing, potentially. I guess it sort of depends what their caseload is like.
Except for what is written in the ordinance in terms of procedure, these sorts of matters default to APA rules, which also have filing of complaints and then notices of defense. You can file multiple motions in discovery, which is not usually something available at a board level. So it becomes much more litigious, which requires a lot more county council effort. Just for your guys' information, it requires probably double, quadruple the amount of time that county council has to spend in preparation based off of the APA procedures. APA is the Administrative Procedure Act.
Thank you. But there are then more layers of opportunity for all parties to produce evidence or provide additional information in that process, it sounds like?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. So we're talking about the restructure of the administrative and appeals process, correct? Okay. So And it can either stay with the administrative law judge, or it can be changed to come to this board. Is that correct? So I think that this is our ordinance and something we created, and that we are supportive of or we are not of those policies. And I don't think it needs to go to the administrative law judge, so I'm not going to vote to have it go that way. I would think that it would need to stay with this board. This is not something that was created by the state. That this is created by Humboldt County Board of Supervisors with the help from the department. And so if we're doing straw, are we doing straw poll? Yeah. So my thoughts are to keep it with this board and not have it go to the administrative law judge. I also think that it's a delay process. It takes a long time with the administrative law judge, and I don't think that's fair to the constituents.
Okay, great. I think if I could get a straw poll from the board or their vibe, we can come back to this if you want, if you need some more time to think about this. But yes.
Can I ask, so if we vote to bring it back to us, are we just going to ignore what the administrative law judge said on his, because this is where I'm going back to.
I need to remind Supervisor Bone, we're not talking about a specific action. We're talking about an ordinance.
I understand that, but I'm just going by what I've got from the ruling from the administrative law judge. He's talking about something specific, and we can jumble it around, but he's talking about something specific, but we want to envelop it in a bigger umbrella so we lose the specific that he ruled on.
Can I ask a clarifying question along with what Supervisor Bone just said? My understanding, and I want to make sure that my straw vote is what I'm thinking, is this is not on this certain issue that is happening today or currently, but it is on future issues that may come up. Is that true or not?
As the appeal is written right now, that is the administrative law judge order. If they were to appeal a separate decision, if you guys change it to the board, then it would come to the board. But as of that decision, that is final for purposes of exhausting administrative remedies. The ALJ also noted in there, because it is our ordinance, it said, if the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors wants to clarify, they have the plenary power to do so, recognizing that this is an ordinance of the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors.
So do we do that now?
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to get to, because I would like to see a violation of anybody caught, since we know it's happening, except for areas that we do not control that are selling quite a few flavored cigarettes and things like that. But I would love to make it if a tobacco license is caught selling an illegal vape, all of these things, that their license is revoked. Make it painful. I mean, their license is 100% revoked unless they can prove they didn't sell it. And put some meat behind this rather than,
To the point, what we're getting at right now, we're just discussing whether we want to keep this process, the appeal process with the ALJ, or move it to the SUPS. That's all I'm trying to get at. And so I know you have an opinion about that. Supervisor, do you have an opinion? Okay. Let's
keep it with the supervisors.
Okay. Where do you want to be?
I'm on the fence. Yeah, I'm not there yet.
We can come back.
Move it back to the supervisors. It's not keep it with, move it.
Okay. All right. And Supervisor Bone, do you have an opinion about whether this should be with supervisors or with the ALJ in the future?
I know it might. I want to keep it with the judge.
Okay, I'm with you on that as well, interestingly. So we can come back to this. That's fine. All right, we're going to move on to the next one. We'll come back.
We're 2-2.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. This is
Don't worry, I'll make up my mind by the time we're done.
This is good. This is good. All right, so the next item that we're going to talk about. Absolutely.
So while I have a question around keeping it with the judge, the administrative judge. We have an order from the administrative judge now, and we're not doing anything about that. So that power that we think the administrative judge has really comes back to the supervisors anyways. Is that correct or not?
The ALJ order said that it remanded to DEH for further processing. It did not require that we issue a license. Right now, that license is with DEH for processing. We are complying with the order as is right now.
How long does it take to process a license, Mario?
In light of litigation, it all has to be considered, so I have to work with our attorneys to get guidance on processing.
Okay. We're going to move on to the next item, which is the 10-mile radius. And so can you just outline that portion of the ordinance or the proposed change, which is, can you just outline that just for a second, and then we'll bring it back to questions. Yeah.
I have a question around that, though, because the third part of this is the cap on constituents. And
we'll get there.
But if you do the cap on constituents, then you won't have to do the 10-mile radius.
You're absolutely right. Let's do that. Let's switch. We're going to move. Supervisor Bushnell is absolutely correct. Let's talk about the jurisdiction clarification, right? So really, it's just clarifying whether what was meant and intended by this board in terms of the jurisdiction of this ordinance. So there is a proposed change from the staff's perspective, and we'll get the board's perspective, which is to clarify what was intended by the board in terms of jurisdiction, whether it meant the entire county or whether that jurisdiction meant only within the county's jurisdiction outside the city boundaries. Unincorporated. Thank you. So I'll just open it up again. I think that the intention was the unincorporated, and that we're just going to clarify that. That's just my thing, and I'll move it to Supervisor Madrone.
Unincorporated.
Okay.
I agree that it's clearly the unincorporated part of the county. However, that's defined in our county code already, and we don't in every place in the code state that we're referring to our jurisdiction. And Supervisor Bone just mentioned in areas where we don't have control, there are still flavored products being sold, which indicates, again, that there are places where we don't have jurisdiction that are physically located within the exterior boundaries of the county of Humboldt, but are not our jurisdiction. So I don't know whether this is something that has implications beyond just this ordinance and this portion of the code. Are we going to go through in every portion of the county code and say the unincorporated portion of the county? Or do we expect that the definitions within the code apply universally to everything within the code? I just don't want to create this slippery slope of lack of clarity for other ordinances and their applicability, because we only operate within the unincorporated part of the county that's in our jurisdiction that's already in there. So I guess I'm looking to Destiny for any additional thoughts or clarification about that.
There are situations where we mention unincorporated versus incorporated within the code. Situations in which there are transient, so say a community business is located in Arcata, but they sell in unincorporated, and we make those clarifying remarks. I don't think that it would be a slippery slope in these situations, because we could distinguish in those situations. I agree, the definition section within our code defines that Humboldt County means the area over which the municipality exercises jurisdiction. But I don't think this would be any sort of slippery slope.
Okay. Then I'm all for making it abundantly clear, patently obvious, as I thought it was at the get-go, that we mean the unincorporated part of the county.
All right. Supervisor Bushnell.
First of all, I want to recognize this is difficult for staff. I see you guys yeah, it's hard for you, and this is the third time coming back. So appreciate that you're hearing us and that you're here again on the hot seat, happen to go through this. I just want to say that. I don't govern incorporated areas. Our board doesn't govern incorporated areas. Myself, when I say something up here and we're talking about what's going to be governed, I'm always assuming unincorporated area.
Supervisor Bone, do you have an opinion on this?
Well, it was brought up earlier about in a lot of our codes and things, I'm not that worried because a lot of our codes, building and planning codes, incorporated areas have their own planning and building. We have our own plan, but it's pretty definitive on everything else. This is a little bit different, and it was by this administrative law judge, it was done different. If it wasn't done wrong, different, we wouldn't be changing it now if it was all okay, but it wasn't. So the other factor in when I look at this is, and are we talking on the cap now? The 5 mile, or is this all encompassing, or what?
Not yet. We're just talking about the clarification of the jurisdiction.
I'm going to go with the administrative law judge. I just, I didn't think about that because I'm also the one that made a mistake that voted for this in the first place, and I'm so sorry about that. Not that it would have changed the outcome at all, but I am sorry that I went on the records for this for other reasons, not because I don't smoke. I smoke cigars. I don't smoke cigarettes. Never have. Had asthma as a child, so never got that opportunity. Tried a couple times. Had very bad experiences. But
okay, so you're basically you think the
I agree with the
jurisdictional
law judge.
clarification is that the entire county as opposed to the unincorporated. That's what
I can only go by what's written in the ordinance, and I didn't have any feeling about it then.
All right.
So
I appreciate that, Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, just real quick, I'd give another example. For instance, Measure O. It covers sales tax throughout the entire county, but we made that abundantly clear in the ordinance that it wasn't just for the county, unincorporated, it was for the county and all the cities. It was countywide. We made that abundantly clear in the ordinance. So I just offer that as an example. Whenever we do cover something that's countywide, we make that clear. I totally thought this was just the unincorporated, and the evidence of that is Eureka is doing its own TRL, and many other communities are, because they knew that they weren't covered by the county. So I think there's lots of evidence that that's what we meant.
Okay, I see a 4-1 on this. So is there any more clarification from the staff or questions of the board?
Could, just related to this item, also speak around the proposed amendment that staff provided around the data that's being used for the population?
Yes, and
Okay.
I will say that I concur with staff's recommendation about the data in that, and I'll ask which is, I think, it's part and parcel from my perspective in terms of the unincorporated and definition. So, do you have any opinions about this, Supervisor Bushnell?
I have lots of opinions. I also have stated, in the past that I didn't pay enough attention. I think that whether we decide if the population is the cap of the entire county or the population of the unincorporated, regardless, you've heard concerns from this board, some of these board members, that folks that owned a store previous to this TRL had an assumption that they would be able to sell their store with their tobacco license going forward. That changed with this ordinance. There was notification given. Some people didn't pay enough attention and didn't understand it. I think that in this discussion today, regardless of the population, regardless of the 10 miles, regardless of the administrative law judge, what we're trying to get to is something that can work for this board, for Humboldt County, and for the constituents. We've talked about making an exception for a business, a one-time exception to be able to sell their business with a tobacco license, like a one-time thing.
Supervisor Bushnell, I made time for that at the end to have other suggestions on how to move forward. So,
but it goes along with the population, and
no, the population one is actually in the ordinance.
I got
It's part of what we're talking about in sort of changing the language that's being proposed. Anything that's not out of that, we're going to talk about at the end, so that we can just get at least through. Is my hope anyway, that we can just at least get through the parts that are written out, and then we can. I hear you have a new suggestion in there, and we will make time for it. I promise.
Okay, I think that respectfully, Mike, you're very much wanting to not to move things along, and I get that. I think there's a lot of frustrations around this.
Mhm.
And if maybe if you could hear us out, that would be great. I'm just asking for that leeway. The population, to me, is unincorporated. Go ahead and do your thing.
Okay, thank you. So the other part of that was basically how the census data is dealt with in there. I think it's fine if we're just glomming that together with the incorporated versus unincorporated, then I would say go with staff recommendation. I think I'm hearing there's not much discussion from the board in relation to that or disagreement with staff's recommendation on how we do that census data, unless there's something that Supervisor Arroyo has to say.
No, I'm just seeking to clarify. So when you are referring to the population, it's the population of the unincorporated portion of the county,
Yes.
from which the number of available licenses is derived. That's what we're talking about. So that means that if we're talking about, we're defining it as the unincorporated part of the county, which I thought was always the case, but I guess we're going to put it in there, then we would have a smaller population and therefore a lower number of licenses. Okay. I support that.
Right, but there's one, can you bring up that portion of that, you guys had that amendment, and I just want to make clear what Director Sophia is talking about here.
Yeah, thank you, Kaylee, if you're able to. Okay, great.
Okay.
So yeah, what we were speaking to is really under the second bullet point that not only mentions unincorporated area, but then speaks to the data source that is used to determine the population, which then informs the number of licenses that are allowable under the ordinance.
I see. Thank you. So we're using State Department of Finance data is the recommendation.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Okay. Okay, Supervisor Madrone and then Supervisor Bone.
Yeah, and it says it in both item 1 and 2, the unincorporated area of the county, so it's pretty clear there. That was always what I thought, and I would assume the data would match that. And just one last quick comment. I very much appreciate you mentioned, that you think that staff did do a good job of getting the word out, but people didn't read it, didn't pay attention, whatever. And I appreciate Supervisor Bone for standing up for staff earlier. I too want to stand up for staff. I think you guys did a phenomenal job of trying to get the information out there. Sometimes it was talking to a manager rather than an owner. Theoretically, the manager would have passed that on to the owner and stuff. But I just want to say thank you to staff for what I believe was a very excellent outreach program. But you can't spoon feed people. People have to choose to read these things. They have to choose to pay attention. And I don't appreciate, there's a lot of stuff in the written correspondence and public comment at several hearings that they never were told, and I just don't think that's the case. I think they didn't pay attention, they didn't listen, they didn't read.
Okay, holding on to the last thought, which is the census data, whether it's the federal or the state. Supervisor Bone, do you have an opinion about
Department of Finance is fine.
Okay, great. Perfect.
But, the vape's fine and everything else. I think this all comes down to one thing, Mike, and it is at the end. And we're adding stuff to clarify what we said, but the problem is what we originally said, subjected to the law, didn't pass muster. Would that be a fair? The administrative law judge didn't think. So it was wrong in the beginning. We're trying to fix it, right? After the fact.
We're here today to deal
I need
with
clarification
an
from-
ordinance.
Yep.
We're dealing here.
Can I get a clarification from legal?
The ALJ was an administrative decision. It was not a Superior Court decision.
Okay, great. Moving forward, so the next item on here is the 10-mile radius, and then we'll do the others things after that. So there's a request for an exception to the cap, that if you don't sell or if there are not other tobacco products being sold within a 10-mile radius of a retail location, that then that retail location is not subject to the cap. That's the amendment that we're talking about. What I'm hearing from staff is that if we're trying to reduce tobacco use in our community, that's not recommended, but there's other considerations we might want to look at. So I'll start with Supervisor Bushnell on that, and then we'll kind of move down the line.
I'm gonna, Supervisor Bone had his hand up respectfully.
Oh, sorry.
So I'm gonna
I was
let
looking
you
at
go
staff
first.
this way. How
No, it's fine. But what I'm saying on the 10-mile radius, what it says And I know Petrolia's mentioned, but it says if there is a license. Petrolia, I believe, is not a licensed retailer right now. Is that a fair assumption? I see heads nodding in the back before he answered, Mario, so look
Yeah.
to staff.
I'd have to check on that. I don't know.
Turn around.
firsthand. Yeah, I need environmental health staff to comment, so I can get you that answer before the end of this hearing.
Okay. So that would make them ineligible, and then you start looking around. So I need a clarification on that, because somebody may want to open a store that's, maybe New Hair, Alder Point is Alder Point still open? No. So somebody may want to reopen Alder Point store. They don't have a valid license, so they wouldn't be able to get a license even though they're 10 miles away from everything.
Our staff did research what retailers would be involved in this amendment. Would you like for us to share that?
That you would, yes.
I have one supervisor who thinks that's pertinent information, so let's do that. Shelter Cove.
Great. So there are 4 retailers: Honeydew, Dinsmore, Alder Point, and Carlotta. Did I say it right this time?
Okay. So I think we're pretty clear on what this amendment will do and not do for the most part. And so I personally am not in favor of this amendment. So again, I'm just putting it out there so we can get the conversation started. So Supervisor Bush, no.
So I'm not in favor of the 10 miles. I'm in favor of 5 miles, as I stated previously. And I'll reference to the Avenue of the Giants that are around 6 miles apart from store to store. And I also, when we're talking about this, we're trying to reduce vehicle miles traveled. Someone is going to drive, if there is no tobacco in Myers Flat, they're going to drive to Miranda. They're going to drive from Miranda to Garberville, which is another 6 miles. They're going to drive from Garberville to Piercy, which is another 5 miles. So my reasoning, as I've talked with you folks before, are because of the unincorporated areas and the distances that are, it's still going to accomplish the 10 miles exactly what the ordinance says to restrict those tobacco licenses, because those miles are, they're all under that 10-mile radius. So my wish is 5 miles.
All right. Thank you. Supervisor Bowen?
And you answered your own question. I did not hear Petrolia mentioned, so they are not, right?
They are currently permitted. They are currently licensed through environmental health.
So why wouldn't did you
So then they
mention
would
them
be
in
on the list, yes.
Did you mention them in the 4?
No, I believe that's new information, so they would also be included in the list of the 10 miles. So there would be 5: Honeydew, Tinsmore, Alder Point, Carlotta, and Petrolia.
Okay.
Right. And, okay, moving forward. We're not talking about revoking licenses. We're talking about these licenses. Yeah, okay. Transferability is what we're talking about, not revocation.
I would like to clarify, this is not a transferability exception.
Yeah.
It's an exception to the CAP license number.
Right. Okay, it's an exception to the cap. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
So
Sarah.
they would be eligible, excuse me, through the chair, they'd be eligible to apply for a new license. And they would be exempt from that cap, correct?
Yes, regardless of whether it transferred with the store or not.
Thank you.
Great. It's assuming this happens. Okay. So Supervisor Arroyo, where are you at on this one?
I don't want to see any additional exceptions.
Okay. Okay, so we got a 3.
No exceptions, sorry.
We have a 3-2 on receiving that. Okay, so we've bumped through kind of the 3 items that were delineated in the staff report. One, we have sort of a 2.5 here, a 2.5. We have a 4-1 on the jurisdictional clarification and a 3-2 on the 10-mile exception. So I'm going to hand it over to Supervisor. Yes, Supervisor. Hold 1 second. I'll get to it. Yeah.
Could we do a motion on what we have in front of us today? I'm considering the time set. I know there are some people in the audience that came for the 11:30 time set, and out of respect for that, can we just go ahead and do the motion on the things that are in front of us today? And then, if you choose as chair to have the discussion on other items that aren't before us today but would like to be brought back in the future, maybe a quick discussion on that so we can get to our time set.
Okay, I want to if I
Your
can,
call.
check with staff on that just for a minute, because I want to make sure, there's a few ways of looking at this, in terms of like, when we vote on what's just in the staff report and the changes that we've just talked about, that means no second, that means it just goes directly to a second reading. If we make modifications outside of that, then it comes back for a first reading, but we could also make a recommendation that it just come back at a later date in terms of the next round. We have this policy discussion, and we could have that too. But I want to make sure that we vet and talk about what Supervisor Bushnell is proposing and putting on the floor. Supervisor Bone, sorry.
Yeah, because I think it's aware, I'm aware of one issue, and I'm going to follow Supervisor Bushnell's. All these businesses, we have a store on Humboldt Hill that is actually sold. They were not aware. A 45-year store owner sold it. The person that bought it was not aware until they came in afterwards. Says, "Oh, you don't have a cigarette license, you can't have one." So he was not even aware. So to make some of this, and if we pass the way it sits right now, we're going to be back in court. Would that be a fair assumption?
I think it's up to people to challenge it. I don't think there's a fair assumption one way or the other.
It's a fair assumption, I would imagine. But anyway, because of the value of the business, and the problem being is if we fulfill this cap and it comes into fruition at the end of the drop, and mine's a napkin cover, but I'm fairly close, we're almost $2 million in lost sales tax. Almost $2 million in lost sales tax if we come down to this capital. Now, the health factor, we can do all that. Alcohol is a health factor, greasy foods, sugary foods, everything else. I don't know where we stop. But this is a decision. Department of Environmental Health, I had one of your signs at the front of the ball fields for 24 years. You keep asking to bill you. I wouldn't bill. I think Lynn, what's her name, put it up that long ago. Right at the front gate about stop tobacco use and everything else. Fully afforded all that. It's an education factor. I don't know if we can do this, because there are certain areas where people are going to drive that we don't get any sales tax off of. We don't gain every revenue. There's a gas station down south that they've just pulled.
Supervisor, I just want to ask you, like, we're talking about these policy issues in this moment.
I'm trying to add an ordinance, yeah, and I understand, but we gave, I mean, we
making a case to change any of the policies that we're talking about, or
Yes.
anything on the agenda. What is it that you want to change?
I would like a one-time exemption for some of these people for like you put a 5-year limit. Because the problem is, some of these businesses, i.e. Redwood Oil, because they're in front of us right now, there's others out there, single store owners, they have made a business, no, well, hang on, Mike.
But I just want to say, like, I had offered to Supervisor Bushnell to make her case for this change that I think is mimicking what you are, but I want to make sure. I offered her to go first to do this, and so I just wanted to make sure that you have your time. So Supervisor Bushnell?
It's the same thing.
Okay.
I don't care how we get there.
Right.
But I would like, if you could hold that thought, and we'll go back to Supervisor Bone. I have a question around the administrative and appeal process, so we can make a motion on these three things, like Supervisor Madrone said. And I think it's for our attorney. So if we say that, say this board votes to have the administrative law judge be the say, is there a clause that we can put in there that then this board can't overturn that what the judge says? Because I feel that if we are going to default to administrative law judge, and that's the way we're gonna go, then we need to back out. But if we're not, then this board needs to have the authority.
I have seen other incidences of ordinance that run through the ALJ process, and instead of requesting a final decision, they request a proposed decision, and then that decision can be adopted by the Board of Supervisors. So there is ways hypothetically to try and do that. We don't have language prepared today, so if that's something you're wanting to see, we'd ask that you give us time to return with that.
So on that note then, I'm going to change my thoughts. And I'm going to say that I would have the administrative law judge be like the administrator, but I want language in there that says that we're not going to tip the bucket every time we are not happy with that decision.
I think I understand what you mean by tip the bucket, but I get there's a modification you're looking for in the future on that. Okay, can we return to your original sort of discussion around, I think you're looking for some sort of like one-time exemption
Sure.
or something like that. Can you explain what you're getting
Along
at?
with what Supervisor Bones said, I think that it is plausible that, and equitable that businesses that have had a tobacco retail license before the TRL came forward, that they are granted a one-time exemption for 5 years, that they can sell that tobacco license ordinance with their business and not be subject to that cap. Pretty simple.
Okay, I'm going to ask for process. And do you concur with that recommendation? Is that what you're going for?
Basically, and I think a short explanation is why, is these people own businesses. They have planned, not all of them are selling a lot of stores, but some are just single-family owned stores that have the opportunity to sell. The new person, knowing full well that they'll never have that opportunity, can price that into their sale price, into their buy price, and the seller can have that. Right now, the estimated loss on a lot of the mini marts, these are other areas, they'll lose, $60,000, $40,000 to $60,000 a month cigarette sales. But what they lose is their gasoline sales and their store sales, which comes back to affect us for sales tax wise. They either go to the, I understand you know all this, Mike, but they go to the incorporated. But what Supervisor Bushnell is bringing forward is allowing people to fulfill their business plan, even though we're adjusting it. The way it is set up now, we're telling people throw out your business plan we just took away. Now we're doing this to people that have paid, well, we are. I mean, again, Redwood Oil seems to be out here in front. Over 30 years, and I imagine in Humboldt County, they've played between gas tax, sales tax, all the other taxes, probably well over a quarter. I'm just guessing, $250 million in taxes. And then we're saying, we're going to take the value out of those 3 stores. Now, the other thing is, that was mentioned, the other areas that are doing TRLs, I was told they're not perfect because they don't mirror us. They did not do the license hold. They did not do that part. They did everything else, the vapes, everything else. They did not, their lawyers or whatever, their boards, their commissions, whatever, their councils, all that did not agree to you could not sell your license. So there's a little bit to be said, and no other, and I can only go off Redwood Oil, and I'm sorry off that because I've done a lot of research on that. They're selling 33 stores in 5 counties, our neighboring counties. They only have 3 stores that they're having this problem with. So I'm just saying, does that make us super right or super wrong? I don't know, but I was raised in a corner grocery store, and I understand that. And it's a lot of these are affecting small businesses, not just big businesses.
Okay, appreciate that. So, process-wise, and I think what Supervisor Bushnell is asking about in terms of process was we could vote on what we have in the straw poll and move that forward, and then separately we could advise something to come back to this board. But I'm just kind of wondering about the timing of that and what that might look like, and then also let me just get a read from the board. How, Supervisor Madrone or Supervisor Arroyo, do you have thoughts on what is being proposed, which is a sort of one-time transfer with a 5-year sunset date modification to this ordinance? That's just what's being proposed. And maybe, Steve, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Well, first of all, we did have 3 people who basically said no exemptions. So I'm not sure why we would think bringing anything back on any further exemptions would have any traction, given the straw vote that we just had here today. I think we're wasting our time. We keep hearing the same information over and over again. And I'm getting tired of it, frankly, because it's lobbying. And I mean, it's great to hear people's opinions, but over and over again, really? So I would think that's a waste of our time. I will also say that, every ordinance we have that has an appeal process, we handle that here at this board, every single one of them. This is a unique thing where we allow the ALJ to make a decision, which is not, as was stated, a Superior Court decision. It's an administrative decision that we have the right as a board to either adopt or to not adopt, as I understood your response, Council.
If we wrote that in, as the ordinance is currently written, the board adopted, giving them final administrative decision.
Yeah.
But we don't, as a board, you do not have to choose that. You could make it proposed, or you could bring it to the board yourself.
Right. So at one point, we were at 2.5 on the ALJ, but now it sounds like we're at 3-2, because one person switched their opinion on that, which is fine. I mean, we all have the right to that. I just, again, out of respect for our time sets, I think that we ought to try and wrap up what we have in front of us. And if there is a flavor of a majority of this board to bring something back to talk about exemptions or other things, fine, but I have not heard that. What I've heard was 3 people saying no exemptions. So taking what we've done, straw poll voting, I would say let's do a motion on what we have in front of us and then move on.
Okay,
Can I clarify about the administrative part? What Supervisor Bushnell explained would not be adopting or rejecting the language as written. It would be a modification, and there's due process implications to creating that as a process in terms of how we would go about that. It also increases time and expense because it'd be an additional layer on top of the ALJ. And so if that were to be the inclination of the board, we would ask that you adopt the parts you want today and then give county council and staff time to explore Supervisor Bushnell's proposal as a separate item to be later considered.
And I just want to clarify, I hear what you're saying, Supervisor Madrone, in terms of like no modifications. For me, it was like just not this modification. That's not, I'm not kind of tipping my hand necessarily on this discussion, but I just want to say that I think I'm just not absolutist on that. So Supervisor Arroyo.
I concur with Supervisor Madrone. The purpose of this was always to reduce the number of licenses, and it inherently has some impact. And we moved forward with this initially because of the public health impact, and laws and rules change over time, and all of our businesses are required to comply with state and local laws, and there have been a lot of changes to the packaging and promotion and sales of tobacco, and this ordinance is intended to address our second leading cause of death. So thinking of it through that lens, and also in receipt of the requests and communications from members of the public, including folks who hear from our youth and our community all the time. I want to stick with what we currently have and not propose additional transfers. And I'm happy to go with the administrative law judge because it sounded like that was the majority of the board wanted to do that. So I don't know if you're ready to hear a motion, but I would be happy to give it a try.
I want to take it back to council. You're hearing what you're seeing in front of you, and I'm just kind of wondering if you have any last thoughts or recommendations, and before we move forward.
I had a 2-2-1. What I heard Supervisor Bushnell say was not adoption of the written language, but would be a different modification. So I would like clarity of whether the whole board wants to just stay ALJ as written, whether we want to go Board of Supervisor, which it doesn't seem, but I want a clarity there, or if they're wanting to pursue what Supervisor Bushnell is saying. So if we could retake that straw poll, and then I can give you the full thoughts on what I think you guys are trying to say. Is that what you're asking, or are you?
More or less, because I'm trying to, I do want, and again, respecting folks' time and our time set. Supervisor Bone has a quick question, I think, but yes, I'm trying to get to a motion that will get 3 votes here. whether we do it through straw polling or whether we do it through substitute amendments or whatever that may be, I want to get there. So
If I know what we're thinking with the ALJ, I can write down the language.
I think right now what I heard from Supervisor Bushnell was yes to maintaining the ALJ. However, she would like something to come back in the future to have the Board of Supervisors be sort of the final past that. Is that the tipping something? What'd you call it?
Actually, the opposite.
Okay, the opposite.
So if this board wants the ALJ to be administrative, then I would want to support their rulings and not, married, we don't like that ruling, so we're not going to uphold that. If we're going to do this, if this is the direction that this board wants to go, then that should be the final say, and we should not be bringing it back. Well, we don't like what they said, so we're going to change that. What would be that point?
Well, for one, in general, I would say you don't remove the board's power to appeal decisions of any kind. I mean, we are not. That's a weird thing to do for.
Sure,
for a
Mike,
board
but
to
you're
do.
saying, or Supervisor Wilson, but what you're saying right now is we're going to have the administrative law judge make those rulings, but then if we don't like them, we're going to override them. I guess that's okay, but then why have them? Then just make the decision up here.
Can I add something to that?
That's what I was saying. And I want to can I just say respectfully, I understand that we have time sets. I apologize out there, but this also is an important issue, and oftentimes we go over on our time sets. As long as we don't start them before, we can wait a little bit. I apologize again. This happens every meeting.
And also recognizing we had a longer than expected open public comment today. So, all right. So Supervisor,
Could we go a little bit, but make it, if it does come back, if you don't like what the administrative law judge says, can you make it a supermajority rather than 3/5? So 4/5 of the board is in favor of bringing it back, or the argument, then that will go, and that's prevalent and everything else. But right now you've got 40% covered up here, and I don't have as many of the stations that are affected that some of the other supervisors do, and so I'm just trying to get a clarification. I like the idea of one transfer in 5 years and then never to be transferred again, because we're going to get there eventually. But I always look at this, and I don't mean to be so simplistic, but if we make areas where you can't buy things, that's not going to make the problem go away, because it hasn't worked with drugs yet. So I don't know why. What we're going to do is just drive sales tax dollars to the incorporated areas, and it's not all about the dollar, but what we're doing is playing a really simple game of whack-a-mole, and the moles we're whacking are ours, the unincorporated area, and we'll shift it somewhere else. So I just think the 1 in 5, so you're aware, so people can figure out a business plan where they're going in the future. Other people that have stores say, I've got to sell my store in the next 5 years if I want to make any money, but I'm also selling somebody that knows they're never going to be able to transfer it again. He's going to go, I'm fine with that. Reduce it, whatever, and I'll take that liability.
You still support, again, you're reiterating your support for this transferability with a time limit. I hear that. I do want to put out there that there's plenty of studies that show that if you have distance from a tobacco retailer, your likelihood of quitting or not smoking goes down. So the farther you are away from them, the less likely you are to continue smoking or start smoking. The data is really clear on that. So this idea that people will just continue as they were in either starting or continuing their tobacco addictions, because even though that distance gets greater, the data bears out that no, actually it moves people away from those situations. So it does have a reduction in use. Is it absolute? No, but it does reduce those incidences. So back to council. Let's let's get some clarification on that. Well, at least we know where we're at on the jurisdiction, and that part's good. The jurisdiction and the data part, we're good on the 10 mile. I mean, we understand where we stand on that. So with the thing that's kind of left is this administrative law judge situation.
Can I ask about Supervisor Bones, the supermajority? Is that something that this board would be interested in? So I'm staying with the administrative law judge, and then if this board overrides it, it has to be a 4/5?
If we do that, and I'll ask staff even if that's a real thing. For one, if we're going to go that way, then I'll just basically say move it to soups at that point. You know, that honestly, like I don't really. There's no point with that. So, but I mean, if that's really where this board wants to go, but so I'm just gonna move it back to the.
It could be something that we could legally look into, if that's what the board chooses to do. This is your ordinance, so.
I would ask that this if you make that change, then this has to come back for a first reading again. So we could do this all over again if that happens.
I will say because of the language she's proposing, I would not recommend it for this amendment adoption because that's a little bit more complicated of a process. We'd have to bring us like another ordinance amendment back. I would recommend doing the changes you guys can agree upon today, and then us exploring that and bringing it back once we have language that we believe is legally defensible.
So I don't think that there's, from what I'm hearing, there isn't a majority that wants that. And so I think Natalie, our supervisor, Arroyo, is ready to make a motion. I think we should vote on that because I don't think we're getting, if that's okay.
Can I have one more clarifying question? If we keep it with the ALJ, which is what I'm seeing a 3-2, are you guys still wanting to define the administrative review process, which is the informal process before an appeal? That is with the Director of Environmental Health, where the staff sits down with the applicant and they exchange evidence. That's currently the process, but the amendment language proposed gives more structure to that. And if you guys are in favor of that, I can then tell you which amendment parts that you guys are wanting to adopt versus not, I think.
One more time.
Along with the administrative and appeals process, we added a definition to the administrative review officer and then explained what the administrative review was.
Yep.
In order for to explain what it is that the applicants are appealing, to provide clarity for that. We situated that currently within the ordinance with the director within the Division of Environmental Health, and this just provides more explanation as to what that process is. That decision is still appealable to the ALJ or Board of Supervisors, whichever one. It's just that first layer where applicant and staff sit down to discuss what the decision is. So are you guys okay with adding that language but not the other parts?
What's the staff recommendation on that? Because
we would recommend that you guys add that language for clarity.
I'm good with that. And I do have a question for this county council in a second, but go ahead.
Thank you for that. I did just want to clarify that. So the administrative law proceedings in general, not thinking about a specific one, thinking about the process, we do have additional potential actions if an administrative law judge issues a decision like where we can then go and petition for review or do some other next steps, right, within that time frame that's dictated by the administrative law proceedings, right?
Yes.
It's not the end of the road. If we decide, yes, we want to go with the administrative law judge for all of these, but then in the future, something should happen where we want to petition for review, et cetera, we can still do that. Those remedies still exist for us.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. You have a question for council?
No, I did. Okay, so on process here. All right.
Do you guys want me to help you with the language? I think I've got
Yes.
okay. So
I think I can do it.
Yeah, I think she can.
Yes.
you can do it?
Supervisor Bone,
Does-
one last question.
I've got
before we-
I've got a question. Would this have gone to the administrative law judge if we had not been challenged by the applicant? We wouldn't send it there anyway. So we're under a guidance that somebody. And then the other thing is, and then the other follow-up to that is, will the administrative law judge be able to be used in further proceedings if we need to have a Superior Court judge hear it?
The only reason that this went to an administrative law judge is that when the ordinance was adopted, the board adopted language contracting with an administrative law judge. This is not by state statute that an administrative law judge has to hear this. This is a contract we hold with them.
Understood, but the appeal by some of the applicants didn't have any play in it whatsoever.
Can you repeat the didn't have any?
The appeal did not force the clarification, is what you're saying? No, I understand we still have jurisdiction. I'm just saying, did the appeal trigger this?
This ordinance amendment, this resulted as conversation and with the ad hoc as well that has been out in the community.
This came back from a discussion at this board 2.5 months ago. This is what we asked to come back for them to, so.
Mike?
Supervisor Madrell.
Yeah, I've heard it a couple times here today, and considering our county budget scenario, I heard that having this go through the Board of Supes rather than an administrative law judge would be quicker for the applicant in regards to the appeal process, and it would also be cheaper. I mean, those are two pretty strong elements for shifting this back to the Board of Supes, frankly speaking. I'll just state that succinctly.
There's a little twist in things.
Well, it's real. I mean, we're
All
dealing
right.
with a budget crisis, and here we're spending money we don't need to.
I think we still have a straw poll sense. I'm ready to make the motion, and then folks can.
Please make a motion, and
All right.
we'll move from there.
All right. I'll move that we introduce the attached ordinance as indicated in our. Do I need to read the whole?
Well, because you guys are rejecting parts, you do need to read the whole
Yes.
sections that you'd be adopting and which ones that you would, or you wouldn't mention which ones you're rejecting.
Okay. Well, then maybe I do need
Yeah,
help.
that's-
I know which parts. I know I have a sense of where the straw poll landed, but not the sections that correspond to them.
Yes, okay. So based off of the straw poll, you would be accepting the amendments to 817-1. That is the definition section that defines the administrative review officer. You would be accepting the 817-5 F1, 817-5 F2. And those are on unincorporated instances. You would be rejecting the amendment to 8175 F3. That is the 10-mile radius. You would be accepting the amendment to 81714 that defines the administrative review officer process. You would be rejecting the changes to 817-5, and that would keep the appeal hearings with the ALJ.
Roger. All right. Then I move that we introduce the attached ordinance of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Humboldt, amending section 817 TAC 1, 817 TAC 5, sections F1 and F2, rejecting 817 TAC 5, section F3, and adding 817 TAC 1-4, administrative review officer, and rejecting 817 TAC 1-5 of Chapter 7, Title 8, Division 1 of the Humboldt County Code. Do I need to keep reading that? Does that sound like you all understand the?
As shown on the page. When we come back for the second reading, the ordinance changes will reflect the underlines and strike-throughs as you've made the motions today.
Good
Roger.
job.
And then do I need to set the attached ordinance for adoption on March 10th?
Yes,
Or at
please.
least 5 days after the date of introduction, to take effect and be enforced 30 days from the date of adoption. And direct the clerk to publish the summary as indicated in the agenda,
As modified by your motion.
as modified by this motion.
I'll second that motion, and I commend you on good note-taking, and thank you for your leadership. Thank you, staff, for all your hard work.
Clarification on the motion, we're voting to keep the administrative law judge.
That is how it was read, yes.
Okay, seeing that where we're at on that, I guess we'll take a roll call vote. Yes?
So there will be no consideration, I'm just clarification, there's no consideration for a one-time waiver or anything else, is what you're saying?
Well, we've considered it. It just, there doesn't seem to be support, majority support for that.
In a financial budget crisis, we pick what we want to do.
Okay.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
No.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Bone? No. Chair Wilson?
Yes, motion passes 3-2. We're going to take a break,
Can I add something, please?
by all means.
So I I just want for staff, this is about my constituent base and what happens with things in my constituent base. It's not about whether I like tobacco or I don't. I don't like tobacco. I support the ordinance as a person. I'm one vote in a constituent base, though. And I thank you guys for your work. And it's been difficult, I know, and it's hard to be up here again and again. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you to staff. Thank you for everybody involved. Thank you to the stores and their work, keeping the community rolling. Let's we've got a 10-minute break. Yep. And thanks for those of you who came for the time set. We're doing our best. Forget she's right on it. She's there. Got it? All right, we are back. We are here to discuss bringing on a new member of the MCMAC.
Hi. So this
Tracy?
is item G1, which is the consideration for the appointment to the McKinleyville Municipal Advisory Committee, which we refer to as the MCMAC or MMAC. So on February 13th, we posted a vacancy letting you know that a unscheduled vacancy was occurring as Maya Conrad retired from the commission. So we sent out a press release, pulled all the prior applications and contacted them, and then solicited new applications. And we have quite the list. So we had 12 people. I think there's 12 people applied. There's a list in front of you with the name of the applications, so you can make any notes that you needed. They were all sent a Zoom link or given information about attending the meeting. So I would recommend seeing if any of those members are here that would like to address the board, and then we can deliberate on an appointment after that happens.
Okay, let's do that. And because this is a 5th district item, more or less, I mean, it's in the 5th district, it's a county item, but I will ask Supervisor Madrone sort of lead off the conversation.
You know, first of all, thank you, Ms. D'Amico, for your excellent work on getting out the information and getting all these applications on our agenda. It is excellent to see so much interest in the MCMAC, which is what we call it often, MCMAC. I mean, 11, 12 applications, that's phenomenal. I think it shows the interest in the community with all the things that are going on at the MCMAC to advise the county, whether it's the town center ordinance or any number of other things. So thank you for your help in getting this, bringing this forward. And it is a appointment to fill a vacancy from Maya Conrad's work. I want to really give a shout out to Maya for her hard work. And so it's a little over 2 years, about 2.5 years of a 4-year term that is left, and that's what we'd be considering today. And so I agree, I think it'd be good to go ahead and if there's anybody here in the audience today, I know there's at least a couple, and or on Zoom, have them go ahead and make their pitches, and then we can bring it back and I'll let you know what I'm thinking, and then see what the board's thinking and make a decision. So with that, I'll turn it back to the chair.
All right, I'm going to turn it back to Tracy. I mean, what's your recommended process here?
So unfortunately, it was a time set at 11:30, and I know some folks had to drop off. And then there was also some people who wanted to apply that were a little bit late that I also said they were welcome to throw their hat into the ring today. I want to remind everyone that these are at large, so it's the entire board's decision for this appointment, and that there will be future vacancies, and we keep them on file. So I would recommend if there are any applicants on Zoom to go ahead and press *9 and take those people to possibly introduce themselves, say a few words, and then ask for the applicants in the audience to say a few words, move on to public comment, and then deliberation.
Perfect. That is a great idea. So we're going to move to public comment, excuse me, applicants. So if there are applicants that are online that want to speak, this is their time. Kaylee will manage your how you're going to get into this meeting here.
Thank you, Chair. Asia B, I will unmute you.
Hello, my name is Ozia Brunel. I will first off, I'm at work right now, and I work at a middle school, and it is lunchtime. So if you hear screaming in the background, that is what that is. But yeah, I just want to come on here and introduce myself. I've lived in McKinleyville for the majority of my life. I was born in Eureka, and then I moved there when I was about 3 or 4 years old. And then once I graduated high school, I moved down to Eureka and then Arcata, and now I'm back. And it has really just made me re-fall in love with Humboldt County and really brought back my sense of community, and just, I love the small town. And I love that we're growing in a way, and I would love to be part of it and part of the say of how we grow, and just really help facilitate that and just build our community morale. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see that we have Suzanne Lepre. I will unmute you.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to be here today to let you know that I am very interested in the position for the at-large MCMAC committee. I live in McKinleyville for the last 10 years. I really love the proximity that it has for trails and beaches and the businesses there that I support, and I'm really wanting to do some civic duty, and I would be honored if you selected me to be part of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Asia and Suzanne. Excuse me, Suzanne. Thank you for both being here.
That is all that seems to be on Zoom.
All right, in the room, is there anybody here wanting to speak? Come on up, line it up. Let's do it.
Thank you for having me. My name is Clancy DeSmet, and I'm a resident of McKinleyville. I have a legal and environmental law background. I currently work for Caltrans, so I care about transportation and recreation and our commerce. And I have a lot of sympathy for staff because in the city of Montpelier, Vermont, I staffed 5 different city commissions, so I have an appreciation for what you do and how long this takes sometimes. But I care about McKinleyville, and I want to serve McKinleyville's the MCMAC. So please consider my application, and thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here today.
If you're sitting down, if there's anybody else, stand up and get in line so we can get through these. All right.
Hello there. My name is Michael Smith, and I am 33. I've lived in McKinleyville. I moved there when I was 4 years old. I went to kindergarten all the way through high school in McKinleyville. I bought a duplex 10 years ago in McKinleyville. when I was 23, and I now own it as a rental. I have a almost 3-year-old that goes to preschool in McKinleyville. My wife's sitting over there. She's pregnant with twins that will also grow up in McKinleyville. And, you know, I go to the gym in McKinleyville. I shop at Eureka Natural Foods and Safeway and Grocery Outlet. And, you know, in my free time, I like to go ride the bike trails off of Murray, and I take my son to the skate park, and spend a lot of time at Hiller Park and the dog park and the Hammond Trail. And I really enjoy McKinleyville. Growing up, I had a lot of people that kind of left town, and I never had that urge. You know, if I go up and down Central Avenue, I am surrounded by businesses, the people that are my friends that I spend time with at salons and restaurants and construction companies, and I just feel as though, not that you guys care that much about a stranger, but I think that all this stuff and the, excuse me, the people that I surround myself with really keeps me with my finger on the pulse of what's important. And I'm kind of currently also really involved in local aviation and going through a kind of a career change, and I'm going to have a little bit more time to do some stuff, and I'm excited to maybe have an opportunity to give back to a community that's given me a lot. So, thank you.
Thank you for being here, Michael.
Congratulations on twins.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Terry Hicks, and I have been living in McKinleyville for a really long time. I had the privilege of going to McKinleyville High School, and then I had a son who went through all 12 years as well. My family's been living here for a really long time. I'm also a business owner, and I love my community. I love my community. I feel that we have a close-knit community. We're very involved. We're passionate about what happens in McKinleyville, and I myself don't want to be sitting in the silence anymore. I feel that we need to involve our community more. Sometimes you hear like, well, I didn't know that was happening. Like, where was that advertised? Well, I really think with my I've had experience working with communities for a really long time, and all kinds of sorts of backgrounds and education and levels of even local leaders. And I've learned a lot, and I also feel that in order to make good decisions, we have to empower our citizens. We need to ensure that the information is distributed to them so they know what's going on in their community and they can feel they're part of the solution, because that's something that we're missing, or they feel like they're missing. And I know it's a hard thing to do. Voices must be heard regardless of what their socioeconomic is, what their status is. And one thing that I've realized that I've noticed when we go to certain meetings and meetings like this, the representation is heartbreaking when you don't see the youth, the young families. Most of it is because a lot of the meetings are held in times that may not necessarily be good for parents who a small household has a mother and father that work, and it's very hard for them to take time off. So how can we solve that? How can we bring these voices to our meetings so we can have ways of hearing what they feel so passionately about solutions of some of the matters that really that is important to them? So I am so honored to stand in front of you guys because I think that there's so much progress. I want a better future for our young people. Our young people is what is going to make this community succeed, and we need to keep them here. We need to get them excited. We need to do whatever it takes to give them a future where they are going to want to stay in McKinleyville and hopefully in Humboldt County. So thank you so much for this opportunity, you guys. It's an honor, and have a great afternoon.
Thank you for being here.
Hello. I've got a few notes because I don't want to ramble. I can be prone to rambling. So I'm Heather Bergen, and I am McKinleyville resident since 2017, but I've been in Humboldt County for over 25 years when I came out to get my graduate school degree, and never left because turns out I just absolutely love it here. And I am a homeowner and business owner in McKinleyville. I was an accidental McKinleyville member in 2017. I had a situation where I needed housing quick, and McKinleyville was the fit, and I found out that I absolutely love this community. I recognize all of you from from the different side of the table, right? I've been here before speaking to you on behalf of the We're Up community going into McKinleyville because I'm so passionate about that. I also have been as a government relations committee chairperson and member for the Humboldt Association of Realtors, been part of community forums that I have helped not only lead and organize, but unfortunately mediated several as well. And I also love those luncheons where I've gotten to interface with each of you. And the reason that I bring that up is because being an active part of government, it's not just what you do, it's not just the position that I'm seeking to have. It is interfacing with all of you. And I always appreciate the time and effort that you guys give the community. I do love community and local government. I would love the opportunity to help shape the community with a close relationship between constituents and representatives. Being part of it is a little bit scary because I know what that really does mean, but I do like to be useful and add value. McKinleyville is in transition. A lot of huge steps have been made, but more remain that are going to define what our community should and will be. The opportunities for growth recreationally with the community forest, tourism with Vista Point. We can be more than a bedroom community, but we have to find the balance to navigate the need for industry, business, and housing. And how do we navigate that? It's always frustrations between what people want and need. We complain about home prices, but we don't want to see things built. We complain about a lack of jobs, but then we're resistant to development. Well, how do we bridge the gap? And I think it's through listening, finding that common ground between people. I'm a real estate broker, which means that I'm a problem solver and a solution finder. I am very accustomed to conflicts and negotiations and compromises. I specialize in seeking mutually satisfying resolutions. I'm currently a state board member for the California Association of Realtors. I am part of the extended leadership team and I'm the chair for Region 1. So I know what it is to be on a board and part of decisions, and I think I could add value to the MCMAC. Thank you all for your time. I don't envy your decision.
Thank you.
All right, is there anyone else in the room? And leave anybody else online there? No?
Yep,
We're
two.
good? Okay, that's for public comment, I think.
Well,
right?
one of them may or may not be public comment. I'm not sure.
All right, so we're going to move to public comment. Public comment online.
Yes, this could be an applicant, I'm not sure.
All right.
Caller 0843, I will unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome, great. Yeah, I'm actually an applicant of MMAC. This is Cassandra Kemick, otherwise known as Cassie. I couldn't make it in person, so I'm calling in. And yeah, just wanted to share with you some of my reasons for wanting to serve on the MMAC. I do not, have as an extensive history of living here as some of my, I was going to say colleagues, right? Some of my community members, my neighbors. I moved up here 20-something years ago, and I left because I was a little young and dumb, and I came back because now I'm not so young. About 8 years ago, my wife and I have a house in McKinleyville, and I grew up in a small town, and I was like, I'm never gonna move into a small town again, and now I'm never gonna leave, right? I love McKinleyville, and so I'm really passionate about contributing to local decision-making processes that impact McKinleyville, health and safety, the welfare, and the long-range plan, like a lot of my neighbors have been talking about. I have extensive experience in ADA compliance and accessibility, currently working for the State of California Department of Rehabilitation in serving and providing employment and equal access to people with disabilities. I can really help ensure that community planning and advisory recommendations reflect the needs of all residents. I have a background as a team manager and a training officer. It's been told I never meet a stranger, and I have a really strong ability to lead, facilitate discussions, and just really listen to the community and work with the diverse stakeholders that we have. Manage projects, analyze data, all those kind of skills that really translate well to just reviewing documents, amendments, and just really general plan ideas in conformance with community goals. I've read education, recreation, and park management, and experience with community outreach, really reflecting the strong interest that I have in improving the public space that we have in McKinleyville and supporting, once again, those long-range planning initiatives. With over 8 years of experience in state government roles focused on improving lives and creating equitable opportunities, I have a strong commitment to serving the public good, and I value open communication and would actively encourage community participation in MMAC meetings, consistent with all the lovely Brown Act requirements and policies. So, like my friend Heather said, I do not envy you making this decision. I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I wish everyone the best, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Caller 7718, I will unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes.
Ted Sawatsky, congratulations, 12 people, and I think Tracy said that a few came in late or something like that. That bodes very well for people participating in the McKinley Village. And we've seen on a lot of your committees and things, it's about impossible to get people to fill, so that's great. Looking down my rating goes, I came up with, of course, doesn't matter to you folks, probably Michael Smith was number 1, Terry Hicks was number 2, and then Heather was number 3 is how I rated the people as far as what I looked at. So anyway, that's just probably the only public comments you're going to get regarding this important appointment. And now it's up to you folks. Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
That's all, Chair.
All right. Well, we've heard from some of the applicants. I will say I echo the opinion that it is really amazing.
Chair, are you going to do public comment in the room?
Oh, is there public comment in the room? Seeing none. I just want to echo that it is amazing the amount of people. And I want to say the folks that have been applying and their testimony has been really awesome. I mean, I would say McKinleyville Rising, really cool. Tracy, what do you got?
I would just like to take the moment to let everyone know, including all of the applicants, that the MMAC is an open meeting and public comment and participation is absolutely needed and wanted from all aspects, whether you're appointed or not, and that the MMAC also has subcommittees that occasionally need members, from which you would know that information by attending the MMAC meetings, and that we also have other boards and commissions looking for great people.
That's right. Thank you for the reminder. Good plug, Tracy. So we have far more applicants than we have openings here today, for sure. And as Tracy is reminding us that we have other boards, commissions, and committees that folks can apply for, and they should do that, even if there aren't openings on them now, because when openings come up, staff will reach out to you and let you know that those openings are available. And so that's really, thank you so much for doing that. And on every one of those committees and commissions, you can attend. And I will say, sometimes your focused interest in a particular element of whatever that committee or commission is doing can be very impactful, even more impactful than being on the commission sometimes. So with that, I'm going to hand this over to Supervisor Madrone and for his initial thoughts, and then we'll kind of go from there.
Well, thank you very much, Tracy, for reminding us and the chair about all these opportunities to get involved. The meetings, all the subcommittee meetings are open. You can find agendas usually on our website or at the library in McKinleyville. Also, they get posted at the McKinleyville Community Service District office, and they typically are put up on the McKinleyville Community Watch pages on Facebook by Scott Bender, who does a great job of outreach. And he has just been elected by the MCMAC board to become our new community outreach and liaison officer. So we're going to be upping the ante on that. I appreciated those comments about public engagement. We get that a lot. We think we're doing the best we can to try and reach out to the community, and yet so many people still don't know what's going on. So that's a job that'll never be finished, but we're going to continue to work hard to do better. There's 8 positions on MCMAC. 2 of them are, one is a position from the McKinleyville Community Service District. One is the general manager of the CSD. That's 2. 3 of them are appointments that I recommend to the board, and 3 of them are at large by this board as a whole. And I'm just blown away by the amount of interest here, 12 people. And I frankly have a hard time really picking a top candidate or a top three because there are so many excellent candidates. And I really want to let the board ultimately, make that decision here. I will say that my top candidates are Michael Smith, Carol Schmidt, Suzanne Liprade, Gordon Lepeggs, Cassandra Kemick, Heather Bergen, Asia Brunel, and Clancy DeSmet, and Tara Hicks. Those are my top candidates. That's like 9 out of 12, right? So I'm not making your job any easier, and rightfully so, because it is a board decision. But I think that every one of these candidates will bring dedication and commitment and value to this commission. So I appreciate the strong interest in all this, and more than happy to answer any questions. I do have a couple of strong candidates, but I just don't want to lean it one way or another because I think it's a board decision. So I'm going to leave it to you guys to figure this out.
All right, I'm going to move down the line. If other board members have suggestions, I've just read through the applications. I really don't have a strong preference on some of these, so I'm going to start with Supervisor Bushnell and see where you might be going with this.
Sure. Thanks to all the applicants and everybody that came and spoke, and for Tracy always organizing for the boards and commission. It's a lot. In no particular order, 1, 2, and 3 for me is Michael Smith, and I have just from your interview today, and I like what you said, and maybe just a little something different to add to the MCMAC, and really enjoyed you sharing. You were nervous, I could tell, but you did really well. And then 2, I have Heather, and 3, I have Suzanne Lepre, just for me.
Supervisor Arroyo?
This is always hard when we have so many great applicants. This is it really shows the love and enthusiasm you all have for McKinleyville. And so often when we have board and commission and advisory group appointments, we don't have any applicants. So I will echo without trying to be too pedantic, I will echo that we have at-large vacancies for the audit committee, the behavioral health board, the assessment appeals, well, that requires specialized experience, but possibly some of you have that, and home supportive services, and probably others. Tracy looks like she wants to add.
Fish and Game
Advisory,
Forestry Review.
And Forestry Review. So if those are of any interest, please contact our clerk of the board team, and we can because obviously we're only going to be able to pick one. And the McKinleyville Community Services District has 3 seats available in the November general election, if you really want to take it up a notch. That said...
it's 2 seats.
Okay, that's not what the Office of Election says, but that's that's okay. So I think it is always very hard to pick amongst wonderful people, but just from what I heard today and thinking about the spirit of bringing in some folks who might have complementary experience or bring something different to the MAC, I would say I was leaning towards Heather Bergen, Asia Brunel, or what's your name? Michael Smith. That's a hard whittling down to do, but that's where I'm at right now.
Supervisor Ball.
I'm going to just go with 2. I like the variety, I like the interview, and I like what she said in her application for Tara Hicks, but I also know Michael on a limited basis, and I'm going to tell you what, the guy that's going to be facing what he's facing, and his wife, and having them both here together and the support being shown, every decision he is going to be making is through the lens of a 3-year-old and soon to be, here we are. And I appreciate that. He remembers not quite 33 years ago when horses had the right of way. I do remember that because I remember riding a horse down the middle of the street, not by choice. But I could narrow it down to those two. I loved both interviews today. I loved the honesty. So I could go with either one of those, and it's nothing against anybody else. Heather especially, I've dealt with Heather a lot with the realtors and everything else. I appreciate that. But those are my two, the way I sit right now. And I would love to say all of them. I do have to say, I called Ryan Sundberg and says, do you know you have 12 applications on your McMac since he started it? And he was pretty excited. So I miss Ryan, called him down in Flagstaff and let him know. So that's my two.
Down to you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I really could go anywhere on this. I really am going to lean towards the 5th District Supervisor on this.
Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, what a wonderful situation, right? Where we have so many applicants, it's difficult to decide, really difficult to decide, because every one of these applicants brings so much to the table. And, you know, Ryan does deserve a lot of credit, Mr. Sundberg, for having gotten McMac started. It was something that kind of came out of a compromise between the county and the McKinleyville community around housing 20-some years ago. And the outcome of that was that the county agreed to start up a McMac as an advisory committee to the county. And it has evolved and grown in capability and interest. And I have always prided in selecting applicants that I think bring diversity to the group rather than just people that line up with me politically or things like that. And we've been very lucky to have applicants that fulfill that role really well. You know, if you go to a McMac meeting, you'll be amazed at how much laughter there is amongst people who have tremendously differing opinions about things. I mean, the town center ordinance was a good example of that, where not everybody was on the same page at all around the issues with the town center ordinance. And yet a group of diverse people spent 6 years meeting and talking about what was important and listening to each other. And I watched people come to the middle and really learn to respect each other's opinions. It's an amazing group that way, and I take zero credit for it. I think it's the people that are on the committee, the people in the community that have really helped that grow in such an amazing way. You know, when I look at the input I got from current McMac members, past McMac members, the people that spoke here today, both in person and online, and I look at all the different elements of support from this board, as you know, 3 of you gave me your thoughts on this. It seems to me that clearly 2 people rise to the top. So I'm going to narrow it down to you to 2 and leave it to you to make that final decision. I'm not trying to steer away from making that decision. I really, really respect the process of this board having a say on 3 of these positions. And so those 2 people are Heather Bergen and Michael Smith. Those look to me to be the 2 finalists, based on all the input we've received so far, which is also to say that every one of these other people have a lot to offer as well. So I'm just going to leave it at that. It's narrowed down for you.
Supervisor Bo.
I'll make a motion to select Michael Smith for the opening on the McMac with a strong, strong suggestion for all of you to reapply. There's 2 more seats, and you still have time, as it was mentioned, to get into the MCSD election, which is the governing body, if you say so much. But I would go with Michael Smith.
I'm good.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, congratulations, sir. You are now a McMac member.
Thank you to all the applicants and
Yes.
for being here today. And It's debatable if it's 2 or 3 positions in November. Call the Juan to find out.
You can only fill one at a time.
I think she might be right in that Beitman filled an outgoing position, and that would be the third. So I leaned in Natalie's research.
All right.
It's just that one of the members told me there was only 2 yesterday.
Hold on,
so.
Tracy, what do you got?
There will also possibly be a position open for the 5th district appointment if Mary Burke runs for supervisor and is elected.
Okay.
So within the year, there will be a 5th district appointment to the MMAC.
There's been a lot of turnover there after the town center work. I think they all got pretty well put in their time. So yes, thank you for that, Tracy. And you know, the CSD is such an important partner to the MCMAC and the county, being the largest service district in Humboldt County. And yeah, it's sewer and water, but it's also parks. And you know, I'm hoping that the committee will recognize the importance of the CSD and step up to be on those positions as well. Like Natalie said, I hear you. I'm done.
Good luck on the future ball players too, whether softball, baseball,
All right,
or soccer.
we have another item before we go to closed session.
Yes, thank you, Chair Wilson. The next item before your board is to seek clarification of the process for pending and new complaints per your board's code of conduct while the grand jury is reviewing your process. As you may recall, back in November, your board elected to refer the code of conduct to the grand jury to make recommendations on potential improvements or modifications to your board's code of conduct. This has left staff, and particularly the committee identified in the code of conduct, being myself, the Human Resources Director, and County Counsel, at a bit of a stalemate in terms of how to move forward any pending complaints or future complaints, should those be received. So today we seek direction and guidance from your board on next steps while we await the grand jury review and or response. We're unsure at this point in time if they will provide any feedback, but typically their reporting cycle closes at the end of the fiscal year, so we tend to not hear from them until June of the year when they're closing out their work for the fiscal year.
Okay. I'm just going to open up to public comment first, and I'll bring it back to the board. Do we have public comment on this?
Yes, Chair. Caller 7718, I will unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes.
This process you have here, I feel, is fatally flawed. I will strongly suggest that you find somebody other than staff, because it's a very awkward position for staff who's working under your guidance to be making determinations or recommendations what happens to you. I don't think any staff should be put in that position, nor do I think you should be putting yourselves in that position. We don't know whether, maybe I misunderstood, kind of implied that the grand jury was even willing to look at this. I do have a great amount of reservation because I was denied to find out what complaint was actually filed with the grand jury. I had something that said that should be kept secret. In most cases, I would say yes, but when you have a public process and you have 2 people appointed to send something to the grand jury, I think the public should have been able to see what was sent to the grand jury. I find it most unlikely that they will review this as what was sent to them, but we don't know what was sent to them. And that's a major problem. That's a lack of transparency. The process here, I think all 5 people, if I recall back in the time, said it's wonky or it's not, it's awkward, it's not right. There was something basically flawed with the process, and to consider using that process without changing an item, why wait for the grand jury? I mean, you could change it, I guess, if they did review it, but I wouldn't move forward with anything, complaints you have. Either you just say, well, we're going to wait till we hear from the grand jury, or we're going to fix that process now ourselves, one or the other. And so I wouldn't want to be in staff's position. I wouldn't do that to my staff if I was in yours, and highly recommend you don't. Thank you for my opportunity to speak on this topic.
That's all in Zoom, Chair.
All right, is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to this from the public? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. In essence, there's some stuff in process. Well, I'll just put it that way. And the question is, and we also have something that's been sent, or there's been a request that this board has made to the grand jury to review these administrative and disciplinary processes in relation to the board. So what the staff is asking us is, if we have stuff in the docket, do we wait for the grand jury to give us the recommendations, or do we move forward with our existing procedures that we have on the books? That's the question that's being asked of us. Just to start the conversation, just to keep it going, I will say that in starting this, I kind of favor hearing back from the grand jury before we move forward, but everyone's got an opinion about that. And Supervisor Bone, I'll let you go first.
Well, as I self-reported, I'm one of the complaints. I haven't been turned over to the grand jury, I don't believe. A fellow board member made a complaint against me, and I'm okay with that. I'm willing to let it go forward, and I'm going to be perfectly transparent. I haven't participated in this complaint because I consider it baseless. That's my opinion. I'm well within my rights. But I've already had one of these brought up against me a few years ago from another elected department head, and there was no findings. There was a lot of talk about it before, but then it became to be no findings. So I do think this needs to be looked at, because either we do something or we don't. But I mean, I would like to see mine. I don't know if mine's going forward. I don't know anything about mine. I just know it was filed, and I'm just going to tell you that's where I was at, and so I'm willing to move forward. I understand there is another one, different situation. I can't respond to that. I just can do what I know about mine, and mine is very little because I didn't talk with anybody afterwards.
Okay, just as a reminder, complaints themselves aren't the subject of what we're talking about here. We're talking about whether there's the process, whether we're just going to wait for the grand jury to give us recommendations, or we go with the process we've got. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. So I don't think, first of all, the grand jury hasn't responded back, and I think that we could be waiting a long time. I think that I think it would be equitable if that current complaints or for process for staff, I'm not talking about complaints, but process for staff would be that substantiated complaints could come back on consent, and the nature of them is to get, for the Board of Supervisors, is to get that message out to the constituent who is their judge and jury. This board is not the judge and jury of each of us, and so that would give the information out. I also think that there should be a mediator that staff can have, that it would cut that staff out, and that complaints go to a mediator to see if mediation could happen first, and if that mediator then thinks that if it's dissolved that way, fine. If that mediator thinks that it should go on to be investigated, then it could be investigated. I also think that, I can't read my own writing. I also think with that equitably, that the process is not, it does not work currently the way it is. It's not fair for staff to have to be put in the middle, and is very squishy for them. And so I think the outside mediator person could really help that process. And if there are complaints in the queue, which I think is part of the agenda item that they're seeking clarification on, those items could come on consent, gets the information out to the public. I will say for myself that it takes 4/5 to censure someone. I'm never going to censure anybody on this board. It's not my place. And so I just publicly am going to say that. I am not your judge and jury. Your constituents are. Those are my opinions.
All right. Just for clarification, what I started with was two options. One is continue with the process we've got, wait for the grand jury, and I think what Supervisor Bushnell has offered is a third option in relation to mediation. So I don't know how we would even address that, or what process we would do to get there, and Supervisor Bushnell for some clarification.
I left out the most important part. We don't have to wait for the grand jury. This is our policy, and that's why, so first, I should have started with, we have the ability to rework our own policy. Second, we could get an ad hoc together to rework that policy and bring it back to this board and go from there. I think waiting on the grand jury, given that they haven't responded, and it's a long process, they still could weigh in, but it could be up to a year.
Okay. Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. So what's on our agenda today is to provide direction about how to proceed with pending complaints and any new complaints, and I'd kind of like to bifurcate those. I heard the recommendation that any pending complaints come back on consent. I would like to treat any complaints that come back to this board as equally as possible, which would mean that it would be an agendized item should the matter that we're currently in progress with need to come back. So I would see that as fair treatment under our existing code of conduct, which we all voted in favor of. So I think that's part one in my mind. The grand jury has not responded, but I would like, similarly to Supervisor Wilson, I'd like to give it till the end of their session. I think they have expressed through a press release that they can also have the next grand jury take up matters that they don't get to in this session, but that they have a lot of matters that they're unable to take on. So I don't think we should let it go on indefinitely, but I would like to see us give it the full session to get a response. And at that point, if we don't get a response, then I'd like to take on some updates to the code of conduct. But I don't, I appreciate the idea of mediation. I appreciate the idea of having a matter come back for publication and be on the consent calendar so people can see the matter. But neither of those are our current process that is on the books. And so I do agree that some revisions to it could be helpful. But, you know, that's what I'd like to see moving forward is those, you know, we follow our current code for current matters, wait till the end of May. If we don't hear anything, take on revisions to the code.
I hear what you're saying. Supervisor Madrone, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I agree completely with what Supervisor Arroyo's just said. You know, change happens all the time. We were just looking at it today with the TRL, you know, changes. What do we make? Do we stick with it? What do we do? But, you know, changes that get made typically would apply to something from that point on into the future. They typically would not affect something that happened before those changes. Just from a common sense and logic point of view and a process point of view, this particular complaint's been around for, I think, almost 9 months. I know we're not. We're talking about pending versus new. What I'm saying is that there is a pending complaint that has now taken 9 months for this board to actually deal with because of this question for staff that are wondering, given that the board directed the matter to go to the grand jury, they're wondering, do they proceed or do they go ahead and process the existing complaint and then have any changes the grand jury might recommend and that we might adopt, or we might just adopt on our own, apply to new and ongoing complaints. And that's pretty much what I prefer, and I think that's what's fair. I will say that I don't think there's been a lot of problems that I'm aware of with this code of conduct in regards to employee complaints. It's been operating really well. There's a lot of them that happen all the time we're not aware of. It's really when it's dealing with a board member, that's where it gets sticky-wicky. And for the staff, I've gotten a lot of feedback like, well, it doesn't seem to apply. The code of conduct doesn't really seem to apply to you guys the way it does to staff, in that the delays go on for a long time. And I get that. You know, we're at the top of the political spectrum here as the board. And it gets a lot trickier for staff, as you were saying, Supervisor Bushnell, a lot trickier for them to be in that position. of trying to figure out how to handle complaints against their bosses, in many cases. I certainly would not want to be in that position, and I sympathize with that. And I do think there might be some consideration of changes. But again, I don't think any of that should apply to a complaint that's been around for a long time. In fact, it was around and filed before the referral to the grand jury even occurred. So I would hope that we would go ahead and move forward with the standard process for bringing the pending complaints forward, because they have been brought to the point of findings, and that anything new we continue to discuss. And I think the idea of waiting to see if the grand jury is going to do anything before the end of the session seems like a logical thing to do. But of course, that's up to this board to decide if they want to wait or not. So, thank you.
Supervisor Bone?
Yeah, I'm all for swift justice. Like I said, I'm not participating in mine, but bring it forward. I'll take my beating, and in 2.5 years, I'll see what it cost me at the ballot box, I guess. As Supervisor Bushnell said, that's what it takes, and so I'm all with fine. I mean, Zach's here right now. Let's get her going.
All right. I hear a vibe from the board, although some of it is a bit specific. So I would prefer that we hone in on a motion, so that we, even though I'm not quite there with, but I feel there's a majority. So Supervisor Bushnell.
I think that the first item, what to do, is pretty, I think everybody has said, continue with the policy.
Not everybody, but.
You.
Go ahead.
A majority has said that continue with the policy under the current structure for any past complaints. Any pending complaints, I don't know if there are any, if that would fall in the before the grand jury referral or after the grand jury referral. So that's something we would have to decide. But I also would like to maybe, I don't know if it's not in the, we could give direction, right, if we wanted to create an ad hoc?
Yeah, you could.
Okay. I understand waiting until, we want to try to get a response back from the grand jury. Don't think this process is very equitable right now, as I've stated, and I've stated through an attorney, which is no secret. I would hope that we could, along with the grand jury's recommendation, this board will have recommendations, and I'm hoping that we can start working on those sooner than later. And would maybe form an ad hoc. I don't know how the board feels about that, but also to give staff some reprieve and maybe direct them to find a mediator, an outside person that they could rely on for matters that are about this board, because it is very difficult for them. And we could give that direction.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is asking staff to move forward with the process as it is for existing or pending issues, and then the creation of an ad hoc. Do you want that ad hoc to be created before or after we get something from the grand jury in terms of like what they're going to provide?
Well, I think, everything moves pretty slow. And so I think if we created an ad hoc now and started on that process, then it could, if the grand jury responds, it could incorporate the grand jury's thoughts as well, and then bring those reports to the board.
And the other item that you were talking about was a mediator. And how would that interject into this process? Would it be before or after the ad hoc?
So I think that if we could direct staff to find a mediator that could be, it's our policy, we can insert that now if we wanted to. So I would want to direct staff to find someone that they feel, or maybe a couple people that our board could talk about, to have as a mediator in this process. One thing that I think is really unfortunate in the process, and it's not just for this Board of Supervisors, it's even for just employees, is that there is no mediation that happens. So oftentimes things don't get resolved, you don't get to talk with someone there to try to work the problems out, and you get a complaint filed, it's substantiated or it's not, and then there's oftentimes hard feelings afterwards. And I'm not talking about my own issues, I'm talking about organizational wide. And I think it would be very helpful to have that process so that departments, if there arises an issue, that they can work through those problems and not just have to just substantiate it and go about your day. It's really, I think, an important process that has been missed. And I think we could direct staff to find someone, and then we could make some changes accordingly.
All right, Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. I do think the idea of the mediator is really valuable, and I think the steps to undertake to determine, when to bring in the mediator and just to kind of outline it, that could be incorporated into any updates to the policy. And I heard you say that, but I just want to kind of make it clear for myself that, and also the end of the grand jury session is 2 months out, so we'll, it seems, at this point, it seems a little unlikely that we're going to hear back, but we're talking about giving it that full period of time, 2 to possibly 3 months, and then I do think an ad hoc to discuss ways to make updates to this, including the concept of bringing in a mediator is good. I also am aware from just other efforts to get mediation outside of this that sometimes we're just shorthanded for people that have that skill set here in Humboldt. And it's highly specialized. But we do have Humboldt Mediation Services and community-led mediation, and I think there are some options out there. So are you prepared for a motion?
I am. I think let's just get it started, and then we'll see where we go from there. We can amend it or whatever. So go ahead, take a shot. See what you got.
And actually, do we need a motion? You would like to have a motion, wouldn't you? All right. I will move that we proceed with existing complaints under our current code of conduct and follow what's outlined there. Pending, thank you. Pending sounds good. And that we form an ad hoc, we do have to determine who's going to serve on that, consisting of 2 board members and our staff, to begin reviewing the code of conduct and that we consider any input the grand jury may have in that process.
Can I have you add that we allow staff to look for mediation in case we want to? It could take a little bit of a process.
I think that would be part of the ad hoc conversation, but sure. Yes, that will include consideration of mediation options. Is that, and I'm not sure who wants to serve on this ad hoc. Okay, that's been
I'll
seconded.
also volunteer for the ad hoc.
Okay.
All right, so we have a motion. Is there a second for that motion?
So Supervisor,
I'll second it, and don't look at me for being on the ad hoc.
Supervisor Madrone seconded that and
All right.
nominated himself.
Okay,
And
great.
then I threw myself in the ring.
Okay, so we have a motion and second to continue forward with the processes that we have for any pending issues and the creation of an ad hoc to sort of prepare for what may or may not come from the grand jury and to make some recommendations.
I would like the motion maker to consider and the seconder to consider in that ad hoc that we include, I think, HR or
The committee, I think, which would
the
be
committee.
myself, HR.
So the committee and that, to be included with that ad hoc.
And for clarification, the committee includes the county council, the CAO, and HR director. And rather than throwing yourself in the ring, can we throw ourselves out on the dance floor? Ring suggests a little bout, I'm just saying.
That's enough for a roller derby team right there. That's 5 people, so.
Yeah, that's a ring for sure.
Okay. Is there more discussion on this? Okay, there's from staff, would you like some clarifications?
Just to be sure that I am utterly clear that should any new complaints come forward, we will receive those and hold on them until June when we have or haven't heard back from the grand jury.
Sure.
Well.
No, yes?
That's a good clarification. I mean, should a new complaint come in between right now and 2 to 3 months from now, I think we would still be using what's on the books of our code of conduct. We're not voting to suspend it as of this moment.
This isn't just about complaint, excuse me, through the chair. This is
Yes.
not just about complaints at the board. This is about complaints across the entire county. And I don't think we want to gum up and slow up the process per se. You know, I mean, there's been 3 suggestions. One is pending this started before the grand jury referral, pending that may or that have or may start up after the grand jury referral, but before the grand jury responds or this board does anything different. And then there's, you know, waiting on everything until after the grand jury or we make a change, which I don't think we had support for. So I think it is a good clarification.
Could I offer that, and I'd like clarification, is this just for the, this?
Yes, for
It's just for
clarification, the
us.
code of conduct only governs
us.
how we handle complaints specifically against the Board of Supervisors.
Okay.
We have a whole HR world that
Perfect. That clarifies.
clears up all the others.
So could I offer that complaints before the grand jury referral proceed as per the code of conduct, complaints filed after the grand jury referral where this board said there's some issues here, hold off until till June or until this ad hoc reports back? And that would be to the motion.
That's acceptable. I mean, I think there's only one in process, so. But who knows, you know?
Okay. Again, just trying to get too specific here. And Kaylee's looking at me like, what do we got as the motion?
I would the recommendation would have to come from the motion maker because we have a motion on the
Yeah,
floor.
well, it wasn't part of the original motion about what we're doing with the code of conduct and whether it remains in force until we make changes to it. My understanding or expectation was that it would remain until we make changes to it. But that doesn't handle any, should there be any new ones, that doesn't handle it. We don't have a recommendation to adopt today before us. It is our code of conduct, but I'm not even clear on whether, I guess we could suspend it today, but that wasn't my intention with my motion, and I'm not sure that I would want to do that since, again, we have something on the books that was voted on by this board and had, you know, we had the public process around it.
Okay. Do we have a clear motion from this board?
I don't think staff is asking for clarification, and so does that clarify for you?
I think what I'm hearing is the motion on the floor is to handle any pending and new complaints as dictated under the current code, that an ad hoc will be formed and we will begin the work of evaluating the process and subsequently incorporate any grand jury feedback should that be received by June. And then the ad hoc will report back to the full board shortly after the June timeframe on what any suggested modifications would be, taking into account their own feedback and any that might be received from the grand jury.
Then we have approval from the motion maker, the second.
I do want to add one thing if I could, just that 4 members of this board sat here and said that they don't think this process is working very well or is equitable. And so and I don't know if there's anything, I don't think none of us do, but we're going to move forward with a process that 4 members of this board have already said isn't working very well, instead of before grand jury notification, after grand jury recommendation. So it would be, I think, because we've already stated that any pending after that day, wait until we get a new process in play. Do you understand what I'm saying, Natalie?
I do, yeah. But the current, I mean, we acknowledge that it puts our staff in an awkward position. But it is the relatively robust code that we voted to apply, knowing that it creates this sort of committee that has to weigh in on whether an outside investigation is warranted, and then bring the information forward. So yes, it's a little quirky, but it gives a process and a form of recourse to county employees should they have a concern. So I think I would rather have it on the books in the meantime than not, and then revise it as soon as we have some ways to improve it.
Okay. Supervisor Bone?
Just so I get a clarification, so where does that leave my complaint? Is it going to move forward, or is it going to sit out in La La Land? I know we're not being specific, but since it's my complaint, I'm going to be specific. Does it just sit out there till we make this up or not? Because let's move it forward.
With this motion, if it passes, yours moves forward now.
Not today, now, but after this, and that is assuming that there are findings in the investigation related to the complaint that y'all all are referencing.
We don't have that as a board. We don't know whether there were findings or not, so that'll have to be a separately agendized item.
And to be really clear, I don't know anything about
me neither.
other than what's
Neither do I. I just know there's one out there, and I think it's crazy. It's been, I don't know, months.
Typically, we keep these processes confidential for a reason, and I get that. But there are other people besides you in these processes, and so it's not just about ourselves and as individuals. These processes involve lots of other people typically, and so this I think respecting the process and confidentiality is important. So with that, I still think that we should wait for the grand jury to come back. That's just me, but I feel like the board's gonna, I want to say we are not just accountable to this board as an institution, because we are the voice of the institution, but we and our constituents, but sometimes we are actually even accountable to judges and juries associated with our actions. So I want to be really clear about that. And with that, we'll take a roll call vote on the motion that's on the floor, if that's okay.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
No.
Supervisor Bone? Chair Wilson?
No.
Motion carries 3-2.
Great. What do we have left before we have a 1:30? But I mean, is there something we can like pop out in?
Yeah, we do have the final action for your board, less the closed session matters, is to consider amendments and updates to the board's protocol and review the board's appointed committees, commission, and boards. And I do think this will be a swift item, so handling that now
Well,
ahead
if
of closed
Tracy
session.
isn't handling it, this is going to be fast. No pressure.
Good afternoon, board. So before you is the protocol for the boards, commissions, and committees, which is how we manage the appointments, what falls in procedure and protocol. This process was began back in about, I think, 2013. We've been cleaning it up every year and moving forward with some edits to it. So this year, the actual protocol itself, which is attached, there are no changes, which is just what we label things, how we look at individual appointments and at-large appointments. There are a couple of edits that I would like to point out, and I'm looking for approval for, and that's on the additional attachments. Attachment A is the 2026 list of boards, committees, and commissions. On this list, you'll notice that we did remove aviation last year, which is in the discussion and on the list. And then this year, I'm also suggesting that we formally remove Project Trellis, as that committee has still been on the list because it hasn't been formally removed. And so that would be the change to attachment A that I am looking at. Attachment B are for those boards and commissions that fall out of the at-large protocol, which is posting a vacancy and then bringing a separate item. And these are the boards and commissions that have other jurisdictions or advice for how they recommend appointments. So the only change I have to attachment B, this list this year, would be adding the Housing Authority committee recommendations. They do have individual appointments that you all make for your district, which would be handled consistent with the protocol. But this outside of the protocol would be those members that sit on that commission that would be referred to us by the director recommending, such as tenants, past people who've experienced their services. And so typically the director would just send us a letter asking for an appointment, and your board would approve that on consent. So it would remove it from the at-large protocol. The other changes, so last year we talked about a deep dive into 3 boards and commissions, cleaning up the process, updating the bylaws, bringing the ordinance in compliance, all of which meet the MADI Act and also your board's procedure. Last year we looked at human rights, we looked at aviation advisory and the fish and game advisory. So I was wondering if there was appetite for the board to assign 3 more boards and commissions this year to review. The process is timely. It works into other duties as assigned. So it's impossible to go through the entire list in a year, but I think whittling away at it was a good option. It was very frugal, very informative. It gave me a great opportunity to interact with these commissions and to help improve the process so that there is a consistency in the legacy behind these, so that it will be passed on to the next staffers who inherit this. So with that, I would just like the approval of the changes to the attachments A and B, and then if there's an indication of which boards and commissions you would like to deep dive in this year, that'd be great. I've heard some interest for Headwaters, some interest for Workforce, some interest for MMAC, but I'm open to whatever it is the board directs.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to open this up to public comment, and I'll bring it back to the board. Do we have public comment online?
Caller 7718, I will unmute you and you will have 3 minutes.
I'm going to go fast here for fast, Tracy. I don't know where you ended up with your airport committee there, but you guys are having some serious problems there scheduling, and you just might want to have a committee that's functional and can help you get some flights rather than having to wait 4 o'clock to get to LAX directly from ACD. So anyway, off you go.
Okay, great. Is there anyone in the room that has public comment in relation to boards and commissions? Seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the board. But I do want to ask one question of staff, which is, you threw out some committees, commissions we may consider for this process that you've been putting them through, and I really appreciate it. It's been very, very helpful. I know you heard some questions from it, but I'm wondering, are you feeling like there's some that you're feeling that that could use some work from your perspective? Not
Well, from my perspective, the laws change every year, and they all need work. So there are some that we don't have a whole lot of control over because they're mandated by state or by policy. That's why we chose the 3 that we did last year, because really membership was an issue with those larger committees and commissions. And by reviewing them, we found a lot of other things that needed improvement. And so really it's the board's discretion. I would think some are easier than others, but there's no guarantees.
Okay, I mean, I'm happy to go with the list that you've provided based on your observations of questions from the board, so that's great. Is there any discussion from this board that veers away from the staff recommendation? Supervisor Bohm.
I'm just, as we've gone through, have this process, and Mr. Miko's been up here twice, it's nice having a certified clerk that does all the trainings, and we allow her to have all these trainings because this moves so smoothly. So, thanks.
All right, I'm looking for a motion to take staff recommendations as well as the recommendations from Tracy to review the next 3 committees.
I'll make that motion.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any more discussion, and is direction fairly good here?
Just with one clarification, if you guys would like an agenda item to return to remove Project Trellis from the attachment A, that would be great.
That was, yeah, absolutely. I thought that's what was included in the motion. So
Perfect.
Happy to, yeah. Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Is there any objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, we're pretty good on time. Good job, guys. Really appreciate everybody getting us through this. And thank you, Michael, for nerding out over there. Following, yeah. All right. Moving to closed session. Please read in closed session. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Wilson. It is the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54957.6 in order to review the county's position and instruct its designated labor negotiators. It is also the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Sections 54954.5 and 54957 in order to consider the public employee performance evaluation for the position of the Planning and Building Director. It is also the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9D1 in order to discuss existing litigation in the cases of Corinne Morgan Thomas and Doug Thomas et al. Versus County of Humboldt et al. Case number 1:22-CV-5725-RMI, and Seth W. Naiman as trustee of the Seth W. Naiman 2021 Living Trust versus County of Humboldt, Humboldt County Superior Court case number CV-2600130. And finally, it is the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 and E3 to discuss exposure to litigation in one potential case regarding proposed changes to the provision of security services at the Humboldt County Courthouse.
Okay, great. Is there any public comment on this?
Yes. Caller 7718, I will unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes.
All right, you're negotiating with some people here, and I've always had their back as far as whatever you can do for the in-home health support people. It was mentioned today that a lot of other programs are being defunded. I believe this matching funds, and that's where we always talk about having matching funds, come from the state, and I haven't heard that that's being cut back in any way, shape, or form. And if these other things are defunded, such things as in-home health support system does have effect in the same things we're talking about here. A lot of those homes are the same homes, and you'll find this is one place where we can invest whatever we can invest and have matching funds to match it, to provide the services there. I also did wish to comment on the public performance of John Ford, your Director of Planning and Building. He still continually gets 5 stars from me and a lot of the other people out there. Some people, like earlier in the day, did not understand what his job was and participation in things. I always appreciate when you folks correct the public when they are naming people that are not guilty of something that they're accused of. And then, of course, we have the last one here. We have the potential litigation, and this one, it's change of provision of security services, Humboldt County Courthouse. I meant to read the letter, but I didn't get the letter, so that's an interesting one. I probably shouldn't even speak any further, so I have a chance to read this Reed Smith letter to you folks. Anyway, as far as I'm concerned, all of that cost for screening at the doors and security should be paid for strictly by the court system because it's required for them, but not required for the courthouse, for the rest of you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
That is all on Zoom.
All right, is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to items that are on the closed session? Seeing none, I just want to ask the council, how strict is our having to be in closed session Are we doing a schedule with somebody right now?
Yes. We could take a short break before we go into closed session.
Okay, like 10 or 15 minutes, or like, is that too long?
No, it's chair discretion. I would say
Okay.
10 to 15.
Okay. I'd like, we'll shoot for 10, but understand that we haven't had lunch yet. And so, and our brains don't work well when we don't take a little bit of a break and a little bit of food. It tends to make our meetings actually last longer. So if we can, everyone take a little break, and we'll be in there in 10 to 15 minutes. Okay? Thanks. All right. Are we good? All right, we're back on. Oh, not quite. Oh, you got to Zoom us now? All right, all right. Well, let's hold on one second. All right, back in session. We're out of closed session, so Scott, do your duty.
Thank you, Chair Wilson. There was no reportable action taken with regard to items G2 through G4 and G6. With regard to item G5, the board voted unanimously to authorize the Humboldt County Counsel's Office to defend the County of Humboldt in the case of Seth W. Naiman as trustee of the Seth W. Naiman 2021 Living Trust versus County of Humboldt, Humboldt County Superior Court Case Number CV 2600130.
Is that it? All right, this meeting is adjourned. Thanks, everybody.